50 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
like do 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 do, like do 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 crazy, oh 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 crazy, oh 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 crazy crazy, oh oh crazy, oh 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 crazy, do 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 crazy, do 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 crazy, do 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 crazy, do 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 crazy crazy, do do like do 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 do, like do 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 crazy, oh do do like do 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 do, like do 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 crazy, oh.
and welcome to the Titan Esports 2025 Gladiator League Grand Finals. My name is Mojo Powell. I am joined on the broadcast by Tate. Tate, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Kind of excited to see what's happening tonight. So, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a great matchup today. We have Jolly Rogers Black Pearl facing off against Malevolent Esports. Now, both these teams are coming from Group A, have played each other before, I believe in the final week of the regular season, where Malevolent Esports took a 2-0 victory. But just a reminder for people who are out here watching, Gladiator League is not normally a streamed league of Titan Esports, so just a couple reminders. This is not Fearless, but it is still a best of 5. And all of these players are, I believe, Plat 2 and below. This is largely gold, Plat, Elo, so things like comfort picks are going to be way more important than you see in like Vanquisher League and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a lot of one tricks and a lot of repeating champions for sure. So
yeah. But again, an exciting one. We're going to get right into the draft. They started this draft a couple of minutes ago. Here we go. We have Jolly Roger Black Pearl on blue side, Malevolent on red side. As we speak about one tricks, there's a very clear one as the jungler for Malevolent.
yeah, I duo queue with him a lot. He's a great kid. He really enjoys Hecarim, but as of late, he's been playing other ones. That's great.
Here we go, getting a couple of the bands through. Melio and Lulu on blue side, Mordekaiser on red side. Mordekaiser, I believe, the most played champion by CoinFlip this season in solo queue. It should also be noted that there are 2 emergency subs, I believe, on Team Jolly Rogers Black Pearl. I believe both in jungle and support they have E-subs. So their jungler for today, I believe, is Pizanski with support Reximus. And Xinjiao, final ban for Jolly Rogers. What kind of things are we looking for in like first round of draft? Are there power picks in this league, do we think?
Well, I mean, obviously I play in this league, and normally during our drafts, we're thinking about, bot lane first and really building either around our bot lane or kind of our top lane or, some sort of lane with things and kind of going with that. I've noticed a lot with Jolly Roger, at least. Usually things have been centered around a bit of the jungle, so interesting to see here. I am quite familiar with a lot of the Malevolent guys, so very exciting to see some of their champion pool. Troopsy is an amazing ADC. He's kind of like the powerhouse of that team, in my opinion, but I wouldn't sleep on Tomorrow either. He's an excellent mid laner, so very exciting to see exactly how they're drafting around this time around.
For sure, and with those 2 star players you mentioned, Troopsy and Tomorrow, getting the first 2 picks of the draft from Malevolent. That's Ari in the mid lane for Tomorrow and Tristana, presumably in the bot lane for Troopsy. Again, these are both picks that both teams played, as far as my research could tell, as well as Jinx, so pretty standard stuff so far, with a team fight sort of pick comp looking like for Malevolent over here, and some decent power picks. Wukong very, very strong for Jolly Roger, and Dex being a counter to Ari. As we get into the second phase of bans here, Fiora, I will say Hades is a bit of a Fiora one trick.
Yes, did experience that last night for the first time. Not a fun experience, so definitely understand that ban for sure.
Yeah, good one. Also pairs well with Sejuani. Urgot taken away from CoinFlip as well, one of his other big champs alongside Mordekaiser. More of a carry top lane player. Actually, both somewhat carry top lane players. I know that Hades plays some tankier stuff. He has Ornn in his bully. He plays a good amount of Zac, but known, I think, for a bit more of those carry picks. And both supports also very specifically engage support players. So we see Nautilus taken here. I wouldn't be surprised by something like Leona on the other side. Oh. Tom Kench. There we go. Give it a little bit of protection for the Jinx over on the blue side. Try and keep Jinx away from things like the Sejuani, like the Nautilus ultimate, that sort of stuff. We'll have to see. Yeah, Gwen gonna be the blind pick for CoinFlip in the top lane. See what the counter is from Hades. Now, I will say, I think I should get this out of the way before our first game, is that as much as I would like to be a professional, unbiased voice in this game, as you see Renekton didn't come through, Malevolent Esports is coached by my friend Leslie, which is why I'm here. And so one thing I know about Leslie as a coach is that he is going to focus on a well-rounded team comp. I think that, like, player comfort obviously matters a ton in this league and in this elo, but Leslie has a really great mind for team comps and the way that comps fit together. And for that reason, I really like what Malevolent has going on here.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. You know, I feel like I've been getting the recruitment treatment from Leslie recently. So, of course, I've been hanging out with those guys really frequently. So, big bias on there. But also, you know, I am really familiar with the bot lane on Jolly Roger. So, those guys are amazing. 19GG, incredible ADC as well. I underestimated him during one of our early weeks where we faced Jolly Rogers. And yeah, I paid the price for that. So definitely don't sleep on them at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I imagine that Malevolent will not make the same mistake, as we will be getting into game very shortly here. Just to look at it's kind of interesting. Grand finals with two teams coming from the same group. Both of these teams were in Group A, so you see their records on the screen right there. While Jolly Rogers is better and were technically first seed in Group A, their one loss was to Malevolent and was a 2-0. So I would argue Malevolent are perhaps slight favorites coming into the matchup, but I think hard to say without having seen any of their games on stream or things like that. So this is sort of exciting to be, I believe, the first game streamed of Gladiator League this season.
Yes, that's correct. Honestly, I also think it may be a different outcome as well because we have two E-subs, and quite frankly, I've never seen these guys play before, so it's kind of like an unknown factor in this as well. But I think it is something to say that that is their only loss, right? So, because they have been such a powerhouse. And it's quite funny too, because everybody was saying, oh, Group B is the tougher group. And, you know, me, obviously biased being a part of Group A, felt that that was always kind of misconstrued. So it is great to see two Group A teams coming through for the finals. So.
Yeah, quite nice. Always fun to get a rematch, that sort of thing too. There can be a bit of rivalry there in a very fun way. Looking at these team comps, it appears to me that I would argue Malevolent has a bit of a, maybe sort of a pick-focused comp, right? Ari, Sejuani, Renekton looking for like early game map movements and picks, trying to get ahead in the early game, whereas Jolly Roger, I think, is going to be pretty content to like sit back, disengage with Tahm Kench, Vex, Gwen, these sort of things, and like try to let the Jinx scale, play through bot lane. Does that seem like your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, truly, the bot lane is pretty strong on Jolly Rogers. You know, Buckby is also really strong as well too, but I feel like 19GG on Jinx is pretty intense. I believe that is what I faced, and I believe I asked for a Jinx ban after that because that was pretty intense. So he's very good at his positioning and everything. So yeah, that definitely is something to look out for if I were Malevolent for sure.
Well, we'll keep a special eye on the bot lane for Team Jolly Roger Black Pearl, as here we go. We are loaded up onto the Rift for Game 1 of the Gladiator League Finals. We see a little bit of dancing around in the mid lane, both junglers out here just hanging in the mid lane. And now I will also say, this is another bit of an announcement from me. As much as I love his username, Turbo Banger, I will be calling Malevolent Esports' jungler Silent Wraith.
Yeah. That's pretty fair. Also, he does like heck a whim.
Okay,
Like
heck a
on a
whim.
whim. Heck a whim, you know. He is
Or just like heck a whim. Sort of
yeah.
woo way of saying hecker.
Yes. So he does appreciate that as well, but Silent works as well too, or Wraith.
Importantly, not on the Hecarim. Hecarim not banned, just seemed uninterested in it. All right, so the game, I believe, is briefly frozen. We'll be back into it in just a second, but just gives us more time to sort of set the stage, sort of get the excitement going. And as we've been talking about the bot lane, talking about 19GG versus Troopsy specifically, how do we feel about this matchup here? I believe Jinx Tahm Kench versus, what was it, Tristana Nautilus?
Yeah, I would say knowing Troopsy and his, favoritism towards Tristana, I think it's going to be really tough for 19GG. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's really great on Jinx, but um, I always get a little nervous playing against Troopsy on Tristana. So he loves that. He loves his little resets. And Alejandro as well is very good with Nautilus. He's great on his hooks. So if they're landing hooks like that, I think they're going to be in a bit of trouble, especially because Tristana is so early game strong against Jinx. As long as that spacing is happening for 19GG, probably be okay.
So here we are back into the game. We'll have to watch for that. I do agree. I would expect a more aggressive start from the likes of Troopsy and Lightbringers. We can even see that reflected in the summoner spells, right? Lightbringer with Ignite on the Nautilus versus Exhaust of the Tahm Kench, as we see proven right immediately. First blood to Troopsy off a really quick level 2 engage. And look, that's just fundamentals, man. It seems like Reximus maybe not paying quite enough attention to the level up timers there.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, so it's a tough way to start, especially as the scaling lane. You really don't want that happening. Wow, Hades taking a bunch of damage from 2 tower shots, almost baits coin flip in with the Ignite. Wow, it is going to trade 1 for 1. Actually, kind of big brain from Hades, as coin flip is going to lose the entire wave here.
Yeah, that was what I was noticing there. He's definitely going to lose some experience and some gold there, so I feel like that was a really good trade for Malevolent for sure up top.
Yeah, and I mean, it has to be said he took 2 tower shots. We maybe could have done that taking 1 tower shot.
Yeah.
But like it worked out. I mean, this 1 for 1 is really, really incredible. He's gonna stay up like 8 CS plus from that exchange. Coinflip has to use the teleport. Notably, Hades did not take teleport, so we'll miss a minion or 2 on the way back. But that lane should be somewhat in his favor going forward here. Get to buy boots and the longsword off that. We'll have to watch. Renekton into Gwen, as a Renekton player myself, is a decent matchup. Renekton can win that lane pretty hard, as he does in most. But back down here on the bot side, we see both junglers have cleared down here as well. Fighting a little over vision for the Scuttle Crab. It does look like it's mostly just going to go to Hecarim. We see Lightbringer hits another hook in. Reximus taking big damage. Gonna get the reset for Troopsy Exhaust down. But wow, Troopsy jumping in! Oh, just barely gets Reximus and is gonna get the jump out. Pops the barrier. Pazanski now maybe in too deep as Hecarim here to save Troopsy with the aggressive play on Tristana.
Yeah, like I said, Troopsy on Tristana is really a powerhouse. He loves his resets, and you saw masterfully he just took his reset into the tri-bush and also, hit his barrier real quick. Amazing.
Yeah, you were right. I mean, really just strong mechanical play from the Tristana there as Hades grabs another solo kill on coin flip at the top lane. This is a hell of an explosive start for Malevolent, right? You got to imagine this is kind of exactly how they drew it up. Let's see, Pazanski, who almost stole the Scuttle Crab there with the smite, but now maybe in a little bit too deep as tomorrow his first move. Pazanski gonna have to flash out. Hecarim totally fine to walk it off on Sejuani. Gets the Scuttle Crab, gets the flash with a good move from his solo laners. And this is back to what I was saying, sort of. I feel like exactly how you would draw this team comp up as, wow, quite an invade here. Going really deep. Hecarim a little too low for that. Hades not able to clear the wall by himself, but does pick up a kill on the Wukong. Now 3 kills on the Renekton in the early game. This is what you want if you're this team. You want to get early leads with picks moving around the map like this. I mean, going so well for Malevolent.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I would expect from Malevolent for sure. And Hades getting all of those kills early. I mean, I would be very worried right now if I was Jolly Roger. I mean, we've got already almost a 2k gold difference. It's definitely something they can come back from, but I would definitely want to slow down the game a bit and maybe make a little bit better choices on our engages from this point.
Yeah, that's a good call. I do think that the bot look from Pazanski was maybe a little much, or maybe it was Reximus just overextending it a little bit. It was about level 6 for both top laners here. Hades hasn't backed in a while, but pops the Dominus, just deals so much more damage than Coinflip. Gonna walk it out, dodges the needlework, gets him with another Cull the Meek. Hades up to 4-1 on the Renekton.
Yeah, he's huge right now. I don't really know what I would do in the top lane against that as coin flip. I would probably hang back a bit. It just seems like he's trying to engage and fight him so much, and when he's up that far, I'm not really sure what the game plan is on that. So, um, but again, the gold lead is slowly getting larger, but I think they still can come back from this. They just really need to slow down, and especially top.
For sure. I agree. It's definitely comebackable, especially if you could neutralize this bot lane, right? 19GG, importantly, has a CS lead, hasn't died, is obviously going to be down gold to Troopsy with the 2 kills, but is totally fine. I don't think he's even popped the cleanse yet this game, right? So if you can slow the pace of the game down, I completely agree, Tate, and play through this Jinx, as we see Pizanski's down here again. Reximus gets the slow into Troopsy, gonna jump out, but Lightbringer maybe caught a little bit out. Has the flash, has the hook, not particularly worried about this. Pizanski, again, just maybe slightly too aggressive a look as, wasn't quite level 6 yet. Hits it off the minion kill there, was maybe hoping to get level 6 during the gank, but has to walk it off. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I would say that 19GG is definitely playing comfortable right now. I think he's playing for his items and definitely really just trying to wait for his moment to come in and maybe kill Troopsy. So, because I definitely think Jinx scales a lot harder than Tristana, depending on the way it goes here. And he hasn't really gotten a kill since the early couple of minutes of the game. So, who knows?
For sure. Speaking of getting kills, though, we see Hecarim back up on the top side. Pop the Dominus again from Hades. Oh, coin flip. This feels so bad.
Yeah, top island, that's for sure. I think definitely they're going to be playing around Hades this time around, but Troopsy getting that lead as well too is going to be tough. So I am just worried for Jolly Rogers at this point. Buckby is doing quite well for himself, I believe. So, um, you know, not all hope is lost quite yet.
Yeah, doing okay in the mid lane. I don't think he gets push in this matchup. I believe that Ahri will tend to have push, but that's fine. Buckby, sort of like 19GG, willing to sort of sit back, scale up, play for later game team fights, but Malevolent doing a really great job at converting these early lane leads into objectives. We'll see tomorrow. Wow, going into the Spirit Rush, forces the flash immediately from Buckby. Good respect there, dodging the charm of the flash. But again, Malevolent has gotten both first dragon and all 3 grubs. Wow, tomorrow flashes in this time, a little too aggressive. Buckby gets a shield, just kills him on the tower shot. Maybe a step too far for Malevolent.
Tomorrow is an excellent mid laner, but I think there's a lot of, I wouldn't say animosity, but there's a lot of fun, playful confidence from both teams, I think, and especially in the mid lane. Buckby and Tomorrow, I think it's a really fun matchup. So those guys are just kind of goofy. So, yeah, I think that was a little bit of an overly confident play by Tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, as we can see them emoting each other, right?
Yes.
Buckby emoting with a little question mark frog, one of my favorites after getting the kill. Malevolent looking, posturing a bit for a dive here, but the Wukong's in the area, content to just get a little vision, hit the tower a couple times, and move on to the Scuttle Crab. As we see, let's check back in with the gold lead. Still about 2k for Malevolent. Hasn't quite exploded, but 2-level lead in the top lane for Hades. Right, gold lead down in the bot lane for Troopsy as well. It's definitely doable to come back from this, but again, you just got to play through 19GG. Now, easy or easier with the Tom Kench, right? You can prevent a little bit of the potential, like, Renekton flash stun on your Jinx type things. As we see, wow, Jolly Roger going in again with another gank. I believe the 3rd or 4th now from the Wukong in the bot side, but Lightbringer and Troopsy just so safe on these champions with their dash outs.
Yeah, I think it's kind of probably not the greatest play. I would be honestly potentially playing for mid here. I mean, Buckby is kind of, a little bit ahead now, and I would expect a jungler to kind of play around that lane, and not that bot lane is behind or needs the help or anything like that. But it's just kind of like you're having this impassable moment of you can't get Nautilus, you can't get Tristana, they're disengaging. I just feel like his time is being wasted down there, so.
Yeah, just trying to do something with his time. I mean, Wukong's so strong in these early levels, especially once he hits 6, his access to that Cyclone, but hasn't been able to find an angle in the bot lane yet. Try again. I respect the tries, I appreciate it, but I think their bot lane is just a little too outclassed in the early levels, just champion-wise, as we see Hades takes another big trade on coin flip at the top lane, pushing him in, still has a 2-level lead. Could look to dive, although the Wukong is in the area. See Buckbee walking up as well on the Vex, looking for maybe a top play. Hades flashing out, taking a couple of tower shots and taking the full Cyclone from Pazanski, but Eclipse Shield might be enough to save him. Oh, gets tagged with the Vex ultimate at the last second. Shutdown goes over to Buckbee. 2 kills now for the Vex. That's pretty big. That's who you want the kills on, especially with the earlier one. But the cross-map play trade, Malevolent Esports is going to pick up their second dragon, start up that dragon stacking win con. See Reximus. Oh, gets canceled out of the dive. Ignited up, going to fall. They're going to try to give the kill to Troops. He goes to the Ignite on Lightbringer. A good play on the top side for Jolly Roger, and another loss on the bot side.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent play by Jolly Rogers for sure. They needed that really bad, and I think it going to Buckbee too, a massive shutdown. I mean, that's really going to be a problem for tomorrow. You know, this is the kind of thing that we were looking for, potentially adding back a little bit of skin in the game for JR, if you will.
For sure. I mean, it gives you an angle to play through, right? Just going, all right, got a couple kills on our mid laner. He's got his first item completed, as no one else on the team does, compared to 3 full items on Malevolent. Maybe we can play through that, but you're going to need to address the dragon stacking issue at some point in this game. Now, obviously, dragon just fell. Next dragon not up for another 4 minutes, and you will have first item on all members, but the debate now in comms is, do we fight the next dragon, or do we have to wait for Soul?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their play is. I feel like potentially they should be going for dragons to get back on the board here, because playing topside might be still difficult. I know Hades died there, but he's still powerful. They're still owning that top side, so you know, I would expect maybe going for that instead of those towers potentially.
Yeah, we'll have to see in 3 minutes when that Infernal Dragon does spawn, if maybe they can use the teleport from Coin Flip and the advantage that he has there over Hades taking the Ignite, and see if maybe you could posture that into like a 4v5. Again, Jinx will be on her full first item, but Troopsy has been on it for a second now, has that Yuntal stacked all the way up, presumably at this point, whereas Jinx will not, probably by the time the Dragon. Lightbringer getting a little vision, showing that bot side focus, as it looks like maybe they will want to fight for this next dragon. Now checking back in with the gold lead, still exactly 2k, but plus grubs, plus dragons, you have to imagine as the game goes longer that will explode more, as we see a bit of a fight in the topside jungle. Hecarim looking for a little invade, not going to find much, as wow, Lightbringer forces the flash with a well-timed Nautilus hook over there onto the Vex. Rift Herald spawning pretty soon, as this may be what they're sort of playing for. This is just like a really, really aggressive invade. Hecarim going in. They found the Vex flashless so far, but Pazanski's in there with the Cyclone. Maybe in a little too far. Nautilus flashing out. Sejuani flashing out as well. Gonna be caught. Going down. Another kill to the Vex. Troopsy has to jump out immediately. Tomorrow has teleported in. They may be looking to fight this, though. Hades is here. Has the ultimate. Very strong full rage bar. Coin flip. Oh, that's a little too far, buddy. I think Tomorrow dashes into the Spirit Rush. Gets the reset. Dashes out, gets another reset, dashing out as well. Triple kill for the Malevolent mid laner, and they are cleaning up on the top side jungle, catching Reximus with the hook as well. One more dash, not gonna find the Tom Kench, but still, we will take 3 kills for 1 any day.
Oh yeah, I think that was a beautiful disengage by Malevolent there, and then being able to come back and clean it up like that. Those guys are just so patient, and yeah, that was really beautiful. I think it's kind of disappointing though that Jinx R came in and it didn't go to 19GG. That would have been excellent, I think, to go for instead of Buckbee in this moment. So I still think that Jolly Roger's clearly still in this. You know, it was a very, very close engage on their part. So I'm not so convinced this is totally in the bag for Malevolent yet.
Yeah, I did see the same thing. The Super Mega Death Rocket not quite able to find the kill, but importantly, 19GG not really a factor in that fight largely, like not able to contribute, and therefore Ari and Tristana just both getting the resets on those dashes, pushing in a lot off the back actually of Hades and the Renekton coming in so strong even after Hecarim overextended a little bit. And while I agree that the game is not in the bag in any way, gold lead 3,500-ish thousand. Malevolent has been doing so well at converting these kills into objectives. 2 dragons, they took the Herald off the back of that. They took the mid-tier 1 as well. Again, 2 dragons, they have 3 grubs, setting up for this next dragon as well. That is how you win a game off of early lane leads. That is how you play through these red side counterpick champs that they have, right? They counterpicked Renekton into Gwen. They wanted this matchup. They counterpicked Tristana and Nautilus into the Jinxes. Oh my god, Hades pops the dominance again, grabs another solo kill on the coin flip.
Yeah, it's got to be rough for coin flip in this game right now. I mean, Renekton is kind of he's very, very big right now. I'm surprised he hasn't taken that tower yet, but I imagine, they've all been kind of team fighting a little bit in the top side. So, taking bot tower too. Man, this gold lead is just getting larger and larger.
Yeah, and we see the Renekton walking down towards this dragon here. This would be soul point for Malevolent, which is why they want it so bad. Wow, land the Charmer, the Tahm Kench, Abyssal Voyage already gone. He used it to get in. Stunned up by the Permafrost, forced to flash out over the red buff wall. Malevolent has full control. Oh my god, 19 GG flashing out as well. Vex ultimate gonna miss. Troopsy jumping in with a rocket jump. Grabs the reset, jumps right back out. 80 carry down for Jolly Roger. Malevolent's looking for the dragon.
Oh yeah, and I think they're gonna get it. I mean, I don't think that there's much that can be done because they have numbers now. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty clear win on that dragon for them.
Don't even know what happened there. Hades gets another solo kill somehow on coin flip. Neither of them in top lane, and he's still getting solo killed by the Renekton. Third dragon over to Malevolent. Gold lead has expanded to almost 6,000, about 5,500 right there. 3 kills on the Tristana, 3 on the Ahri, 7 on the Renekton. And this is exactly where you want those kills too, right? This is where you want the gold. Sejuani, Nautilus have not been taking the kills. Like, it's really clean for Malevolent. We're only 18 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they work together all the time and play together a lot consistently on Malevolent's side. So I think they kind of just know each other's like movements and decision making and stuff like that. Like, it's really cool to watch them all come together and play like this. So yeah, I think it's pretty open shut potentially from this point, as long as they continue to not rush it. This is, I know a few of them, their first playoff, so there could be some nerves, so you never know.
For sure, as we see tomorrow, maybe caught out a little bit in the top lane, has overextended before and does again. Pazanski gets the shutdown with the Cyclone there. Would have liked to give it to the Gwen, but didn't want the Gwen falling at the last second to those Spirit Rushes. Another kill back to Jolly Roger. A bit of a shutdown as well. A little influx of gold can be nice. Important when you're trying to come back in this game, but Malevolent doing their best to just sort of choke them out. Take all these waves, move in, take the jungle camps, force them off of objectives. And I do think a lot of this game is going to come down to that Dragon Soul fight in about 4 minutes as, really quick, Hades may be overextended as well. Both solo laners from Malevolent potentially going down. But wow, so strong in the Dominus. Forces the Tahm Kench to eat the Vex to get out. And he's fine with the shield from the Locket there from Lightbringer walking in to save him. Oh, Troopsy gets the explosive charge off onto Buckby at the last second. Couldn't quite get away. Looked like Hades was caught, but he's just too strong. Turns the 1v3 into a kill and gets all the way out. As we have a little more action here. 19 GG potentially caught out. No eat for the Tahm Kench. Troopsy going in. Gonna grab another reset tomorrow. Picks up a double kill in the red side jungle. It is a blood bath in this game one.
If I were 19GG right now, I would be feeling some type of way. It's so hard as an ADC to come back from this when you've just been starved out of kills and you're not getting that protection that you need. So I'm feeling for him right now because it's really like you need that gold to get those items, right? I mean, he's only got a couple. He's got Yuntals, he's got his boots, but that's not enough for Jinx, right? She needs a couple more items to really come online, and I'm not so sure that's going to happen. I mean, these guys are pushed in already, so I mean, who knows?
Yeah, has been trying his best to farm up, but you got to imagine it's difficult as well playing with an E-sub in the bot lane, right? Wrexham is an E-sub support playing alongside 19GG, and bot lane is especially where you want to have that synergy, where playing together all season is really going to come in handy when the nerves are kicking in, when you're in finals, when you're down kills in lane phase. You want to be with someone that you know how to play with, that you communicate with very well, and I'm not saying that's not there, but it's got to be hard on both of them to be playing with someone they're maybe not quite as comfortable with.
Yeah, I feel for Jolly Rogers, honestly. This has got to be really tough for them, and it's slightly disappointing, I'm sure, for them, to work so hard this season and then kind of have, the situations that have cropped up and put him in this position. And for sure, I mean, not having the regular support is probably very difficult for 19GG. They are so good together, so
Yeah, absolutely. Losing a little bit of that team play. But again, this is only game one, and the game's not quite over yet, although it's getting to be there. So maybe I'll eat my words. Buckbeak going in on the troops. He doesn't quite find it. Flash and Barry are going to get him out. Grabs the reset onto the Vex. Otacon is stolen by Pazanski with the Cyclone. Picking up another kill now, too. Troopsy forced to jump out. Hades is in there, though. The Dominus 2. Strong 19GG. Nowhere to run. Swallowed up at the Tom Kenches. Pazanski's back. Maybe 19GG can kite this out of the Jinx now. Wins the team fight.
my goodness.
Yeah, that's a bit of a slaughter as they tried their best. Jolly Roger really almost came back in that team fight. They almost found the shutdown on the Troopsy. They almost got those resets. I actually think they might have killed him. They definitely killed Lightbringer. I don't remember. They stole the Otacon as well. Pazanski was in there doing a lot of work with the Cyclones on the Wukong, but Hades is just so strong. He gets onto the Jinx. He sticks on the Jinx through the Tahm Kench, through the cleanse, and it looks like it's a little doomed for Jolly Roger. They got the Otacon. They're gonna lose the Dragon Soul to Malevolent. Gold lead almost 10,000 at this point. I appreciate the try from 19. Super Mega Death Rocket not gonna steal the Dragon. Infernal Soul goes to Malevolent Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is just real tough for Jolly Rogers, but first game probably just got the shakes bit on that. I think it's really impressive though that the jungler came in and kind of stole that. That was awesome. But unfortunate that they weren't able to really do much out of that fight potentially. So, yeah, poor guys.
For sure. This is the point in the game where you're thinking, all right, how can we win next game? Right? What do we have to do? What did we do this game that, not to say you're out of the game or you're not trying, but this is the point in the game where you can't help but turn your mind towards what can we do for next game to prevent this from happening again, right? Is there something in the draft we can do? Is there something in the early lane that we can do to stop this from happening? And absolutely there is. Maybe, we'll have to see, do they pick red side? Do they go for a counter pick? Do they ban any of these champs they're losing to? Now remember, this is not a fearless series, right? So we could see, if they wanted to, we could see a salty run back of the draft, although I very much doubt that. See Malevolent clearing away some vision on the top side, playing really methodically, not over pushing their lead in any respect. They've played through objectives with their lead. They're slowly whittling away these towers. It's only 24 minutes. Baron not spawned yet. You have to imagine they're going to try to take the Baron on spawn and close out this game, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty clear. And they're, warding up here, clearing wards. They're trying to push waves down bottom as well, too, to kind of prevent any sort of push while they're trying to take that objective, I can tell. So, yeah, I mean, this is it's pretty tough for JR. And honestly, the thing that they really need is to deal with Renekton. And I mean, they just don't have the gold to kind of buy that fancy heal that they really need to kind of put him out of a fight. So, it's just real tough. There is potential maybe that they could make a play on Baron and somehow swing this a little longer, but I mean, 7-22 and a substantial difference in gold. I mean, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and fight this because I do think if they lose the Baron, they lose the game. Although we see a couple recalls coming through. May elect not to fight this. May elect to just try and defend the base, try and turtle and prevent against that Baron-empowered push. But 3 items on the Tristana to 1.5 on the Jinx makes this, if they want to take it, a near impossible team fight, as maybe the call is a bit split. We see half of Jolly Roger is here looking to contest around the Baron, while the other half recalled Gwen and Wukong both. So the Baron's just going to fall immediately. Lightbringer A-okay to tank up a couple shots from the Vex. Buckbeak walking up a little too far, maybe trying to contest, is going to get shut down by the Sejuani. Malevolent's taking this push right to the mid lane. They are done with this game. They want it over. Hades on the blast cone, maybe looking for a flank. They're going to try and siege up the base. Now, not the greatest of siege champs range-wise, but Tristana can take these towers down in a heartbeat, especially with Baron. As wow, the hook lands right onto Reximus. Troopsy goes godlike, and Jolly Roger Black Pearl loses any chance of a comeback fight. They're going to try and defend at the Nexus Towers. Pazanski recalling, maybe going to try and hit some sort of big cyclone, but it's just Not gonna happen. Explosive charge taking down the towers. Hades in there. Dominus active, blowing him up. 19 does get a reset, goes excited a little bit. Pizanski in the backline does find a kill as well on a troop. So now 2 resets for 19 GG, but probably not gonna matter. Tomorrow hits the Spirit Rush as well. Nightbringer flash in on the Nautilus, lands the hook. Hades with the stun as well. Ace from Malevolent Esports. A valiant effort from Jolly Roger at the end of the game, but game 1 will go to Malevolent in a decisive victory, 28-9.
Yeah, GG's there. Yeah, I was pretty impressed though with 19 at the end there. Again, it just shows how excellent he is as an ADC for sure. Still fighting till the end for that Chipotle.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you want to see, especially at the end of game 1, that you're losing that hard. You want to see your players make a couple plays, show, look guys, come on, we can do this. I'm strong, I can fight these guys. At the end of the day, Renekton maybe just a little too fed by the end of the game. Up there in the double digits of kills. Probably my MVP for game 1. Hades there getting like 4 to 5 solo kills, something like that. But what are you thinking going into game 2 if you're Jolly Roger here?
Well, definitely trying to regroup the mental and the moral things going on there. I don't think there's going to be any issues of them, you know, like you said, probably towards the end, they're redirecting their focus on to, okay, what can we do next game? I'm thinking personally, we got to get that Tristana out, right? Probably going to ban Renekton, you know, potentially keeping some of the old bans in, trying to decide which one is going to be more useful to get rid of. So that sort of thing, maybe picking a different ADC champ. I mean, he might continue to play Jinx. He's really strong on Jinx. I feel like they're probably going to continue to pick Jinx on that for sure, because I think they were lacking more of just peel for Jinx and continually 19GG just getting caught out. So and probably, you know, topside playing something a little bit more comfort or safe, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree. A little bit of safety on the top side, a little bit of appeal for 19GG, who we saw as a standout player for Jolly Roger Black Pearl. But we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute. Game 2.
For the information, I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome back to the Titan Esports Gladiator League Grand Finals. If you missed it, Game 1, Malevolent Esports with the pretty dominant victory. Some would say as close to a shutout as you can get.
Yeah, it was pretty open and shut, I think, pretty much from the first 2 minutes of that game, so yeah.
Yeah, but as we said at the end of last game, it was not without hope. Some standouts on Jolly Roger being 19 GG and Buckby in the mid lane, right? Had some good plays, and honestly, their jungler played pretty well on the Wukong. So looking into game 2, what kind of things are we looking at in draft to maybe get a bit of that edge back?
Yeah, like I said before, I think they're probably going to stick with the Jinx. I feel like that's a pretty strong ADC right now during this patch. I think probably going to change up the support at least. Maybe have, the mid laner or the jungler on something more supportive that can do the peel for 19GG. So honestly, I think they're definitely going to come at this way different than they did before. And I think the first game shakes are gone, and I think we're going to see a beast unleashed from Jolly Rogers for sure.
Yeah, interesting. We see they've swapped themselves over to red side. Now, something that was important in that game 1 draft was that Hades had top lane counter pick, right? 5th pick red side, picking the Renekton into the Gwen, and then getting like 5 solo kills in lane, right? So Jolly Roger maybe trying to take a little bit of that back, give the counter pick potentially to point and flip, or maybe to someone else, but just trying to prevent that same top lane counter pick scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are respecting Hades a little bit more. It's kind of odd. I feel like in this league, a lot of people have slept on Hades. He's an excellent top laner. I mean, he's a powerhouse and quite humble too. So it's great to see him kind of getting a showcase of his true talent. So awesome.
Yeah, he showed up in game 1 as we see another interesting adaptation. Jolly Roger Black Pearl banning the Jinx. on red side that 19GG piloted in the first game, just saying, no, you know what? You're not going to get to first pick it either. Now, Mel going to be the first pick for tomorrow. Both of these mid laners are fairly heavy control mage players. They like playing these long range control mage matchups, so Mel fits pretty perfectly in. And Ziggs going to be the first pick for Jolly Roger. Bit of a flex pick, we'll have to see. I don't know if 19GG plays it, but nope. I'm going to eat my words. I think it's a mid lane Ziggs.
Yeah, yep. Tristana right back in there. I figured they were going to keep giving Troopsy the Tristana. I mean, you can see he's just a powerhouse. If they leave it open, he's going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, this one actually, well, it is because they've swapped sides because they chose red side, which I do think is interesting. I think it's 19GG on the Tristana, and then going to be Troopsy on the Lucian Braum over there from Malevolent. So yeah, they I mean, it's interesting that they chose red side for game 2. I feel like most of the time you choose blue side, but see Malevolent picking Lucian Braum on the bot lane, so still a strong, like, skirmishing angle for Malevolent. They want strong lanes, they want to fight early, they're picking some power into the Tristana. And now this is kind of what I wanted to see for coin flip. I didn't get a chance to say it, but you pick your top laner, pick 3, and then ban the counters, right? You don't need to give coin flip top lane, you just need to get the counter picks out. I'm expecting maybe a Renekton ban here. Renekton not as strong into Urgot as he is into Gwen, but maybe Charmander. No, Fiora ban as well. So Fiora and Camille gonna be the bans, thinking that maybe the Urgot is a bit of a safer lane in the Hades.
Yeah, I would agree with that there. Honestly, I think it's kind of silly that they're picking the Tristana, kind of give him a taste of his own medicine, so it's going to be interesting to see as well. I do know Alejandro is quite strong in that Braum, so I think they're going to have a bit of issue with that Tristana, for sure.
So we see a Morgana pickup here for Jolly Roger. It could go to the bot lane, it could go to the jungle. Both of those being the picks remaining. We'll have to see Scion, the pick for Hades, saying, hey, you know what? If I don't get counterpicked, that's okay. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to do tank duty. Just chill out on the Scion farm up, play through that mid and bot lane jungle. The last pick going to be Viego going to Hecarim there. I like that. A little bit more carry in the jungle, where he was on the facilitating role last game. So we'll have to see what the final pick from Jolly Roger is. It'll tell us where the Morgana's going as well. Follow Bear going into the jungle for Pazanski. That Morgana going to the bot lane in the hands of Reximus.
Yeah, you know, this draft is quite interesting here. I feel like Malevolent, I mean, it's kind of an interesting comp, and I do know that Viego is definitely a comfort pick for Hecarim, so hopefully going to see him pop off on that. But I know that Follow Bear is quite a tough matchup for him just individually, so it's going to be interesting to see how he handles that for sure.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We're getting into game 2 here. Malevolent Esports up 1-0 over Jolly Roger Black Pearl, who have switched to the red side for game 2, opening the exact same way as game 1. Junglers running down to mid lane and just sort of looking at each other there for a minute.
Oh, that's so cute. I think they're matching. I always love matching skins with my team. It's kind of like a good luck charm almost. So I don't know what it means though when you're matching with the enemy team.
Ah, there you go. Saying Golden in our ear saying they are star-crossed lovers. It could be true, as we see them. Well, they did try to hit each other in the mid lane, but you have to. I think that's what you do. I will not be repeating what my producer is saying in the ear. I'm just gonna let you all at home guess, as we see Troopsy and Lightbringer pulling a little level 1 cheese here. They're up in that second brush. They're saying, hey, look, it worked really well for us game 1 to try and fight early, pick a strong pushing bot lane. We're just going to do it again. We'll have to see, do 19GG and Reximus walk up and fall into the trap? Reximus walking up a little far. Nope. Just going to take the Lucian Q and nothing else. Lightbringer tanks a Morgana Q, Dark Binding as well. So, actually, trade goes a little in favor of Jolly Roger. Now, what I want to see from Jolly Roger this game is, like, I don't know. I do think their team comp is a touch all over the place. It's not a particularly team fighting comp, but Urgot, Ziggs, and Tristana, all incredible split pushers. So what I want to see is just either using the pushing lanes that they have right in mid lane and potentially bot lane to get some early objectives, or full turtling and playing through the split push.
Yeah, honestly, I was kind of concerned with the mid lane matchup here, but I think Bucky's playing it exactly how he should, right? I think you need to be super aggressive early on with Mel before she gets all of her abilities. Try to chunk her out and make her nervous. So, you know, I think he's doing an excellent job of that there. Tomorrow's just kind of hanging back though, and kind of taking it. So, you know, interesting how that's gonna pan out here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a bit of an early gank from Hekawim, but kind of just walking through on his way down to the bot side, trying to scare the Ziggs, get a little bit of his mana out, force him to use that satchel charge. Now, that is the thing about Ziggs. Not the safest of picks. His escape is a little inconsistent with the satchel charge there, but does outrange Mel in the lane ever so slightly, and so should be able to clear these waves, put a little bit of pressure down. Let's see how it goes. As this top lane matchup, I do think will be a little bit of Urgot power farming, stacking up some shots on the Scion, and then Scion walking away. I don't expect the same amount of action that we saw in game 1, but I would like to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have a nice farming time up top for sure. I think the interesting lanes are definitely bot lane right now, so very excited to see the Rocket Girl Tristana. Beautiful skin, by the way.
Yeah, that's one of the classics. It's now interesting to note both junglers pathed down in game 1, pathing to opposite sides of the map here in game 2. Viego is on the bot side, Volibear on the top side, so not going to meet for the scuttle, going to trade them 1 for 1, but a good ward from Reximus is going to prevent any sort of shenanigans from Hekawim there. As you see, oh, Volibear now, Pazanski is in the mid lane, flash stun onto Tomorrow, force the flash out as well, going to use the deflect. Pazanski going to get out, but the trade of flashes really advantageous for Jolly Roger here, as we see Pazanski does walk into the brush, going to skirmish a little bit with the Viego, but I don't think much more going to happen in the mid lane. But yeah, I think, look, if you're Volibear, you'll take that every day. You can look for a return gank now if Tomorrow ever tries to push up.
Yeah, and that's what I was worried about for my boy Hekawim. Volibear is just kind of he's a scary guy to have in the jungle, especially with their comp. I mean, just a bit squish.
Yeah, as we see Hekawim doing his job though, taking a little counter gank in mid lane, trying to protect Tomorrow, coming down, ganking the bot lane, forces the ignite out of Reximus, but the Black Shield, well timed, keeps 19GG quite safe in that lane. As you see Troopsy going in now. Wow, 19GG forced a flash. Troopsy flashing in as well. Procs the concussive blows. Barrier might be enough. Oh, Lightbringer flashes in. It's enough damage to get the kill, but can they get out now? Pazanski here on the Volibear looking to pick up a double. The lightning is chaining. They use both their flashes quite aggressively. Barrier for Troopsky. Probably not gonna cut it. Dashes out, flash in from Reximus to secure the kill. Double kill to the Morgana, but first blood to the Lucian.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent play by Troopsy and Light there. Kind of a bit questionable probably under tower early on like that. I just think it was unfortunate Volibear was there. They might have been able to get away with it, but yeah, clean sweep down there.
Yeah, taking a bit of a gamble going in there, hoping that the Volibear wouldn't be there, but I do think Volibear started bot side. You saw him on the top scuttle. You should know he's coming back to clear his bot camps again. I think maybe they thought they could get out, or maybe they wouldn't need to expend the second flash to kill 19GG, but honestly, not the worst situation for Jolly Roger. I think you're okay. Yes, it sucks. You lose a bit of XP for your AD carry. You lose a bit of gold in the AD carry match, but 2 kills on your support, 2 assists on your jungler is going to help you get through the early game a little bit smoother than last time.
Yeah, and 2 kills on Morgana is not too terrible. I mean, she's just going to be able to get annoying items and be annoying, which is kind of what you want from this, right? To be locked down and to be annoying. So I think they played that very, very well.
Yeah, and speaking of annoying, we see here exactly what we said. Pazanski coming in for the return gank onto Tomorrow. Satchel charge out. Oh, the deflect is down. Volibear in with the stun. Tomorrow chunked out, and the bomb over the top. Feat of Warfare. First 3 kills going to Jolly Roger Black Pearl.
Yeah, see, I just knew that these guys coming into game 2 were gonna be a beast, and it looks like they're kind of playing with each other really well, and that Volibear is just so oppressive.
Yeah, glad to see a little more action out of Pazanski. Looked for some ganks in game one. Couldn't quite find the angles on the Wukong, though. Wow, Hekawim flashing out. Buckby flashes forward, but loses vision of the brush. Not able to find it, but Lightbringer has no flash. Going to fall to Buckby as well. That's 2 kills to the Ziggs. Pazanski is making it happen here in game 2.
Oh yeah, love to see it. And obviously getting that early objective too is going to be really nice for them. Still, the gold is pretty even right now. I don't think that they're quite behind on Malevolent's side, but, you know, if I were them, I would be feeling really nervous right now, you know? I mean, these guys were low elo, first time playoffs. I think, you know, there's potential that this could be tough for them to come back just mentally. So I'm hoping for them. I hope that they gather themselves and maybe look for some plays here, especially on those objectives as they come up.
Yeah, first dragon now secured for Jolly Roger Black Pearl. And I agree, it is a sort of interesting mental challenge for Malevolent here to win game 1 in such a dominant fashion, to then come into game 2 and start losing down in kills this early. Obviously, nowhere near lost in the game yet, but, you know, not finding that same level of dominance as you had in game 1, you have to sort of mentally go, okay, no, it's fine. Like, we have to respect these guys maybe a little more than thought. As Hades not respecting coin flip at all, going in with the ultimate there. Coin flip caught a little off guards, had his flash blown earlier from something we saw off screen as Hekawim comes in, cleans it up, takes the Urgot's body, and now looking to clear out these first 3 grubs. And see, this is what we saw from Malevolent last game as well, right? Good coordinated team play around objectives. They have Lightbringer roaming up for these grubs on the perfect timing. Lucian okay to hold that wave on his own. Mel pushing a wave and walking up. 3 grubs gonna be the payout to Malevolent.
Yeah, you know, I kind of saw that Hekawim took that kill from sweet Hades, but I feel like it's kind of necessary on a champ like Viego. He really needs those kills, you know. And I mean, Urgot's good, essentially up there. It looks like he's got his farm going for him. I mean, it's pretty even up there, so I think that's pretty acceptable terms.
Yeah, should be fine on the 1v1 for coin flip.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but I agree. I do think it's okay for both sides. Like, it's not the most punishing death for coin flip. He loses a little bit, but still fairly even in CS. But, like, Sion's not looking to stomp this lane. He's okay to give a kill over to Viego. He doesn't need to take them like last game. And that's something I like to see out of this team is, like, we're seeing a little bit of flexibility in the way they play, right? Hades hard carrying the first game on the Renekton. And now switching up tank duty with Hekawim, right? Hekawim was on tank duty game 1, now on the carry. Hades on the carry game 1, now on the tank. It's nice to see that level of flexibility from this team.
Yeah, like I said, they work together a lot. I think they just kind of understand each other, and definitely having past plays with them, they do definitely intentionally work together to give those kills to the important people in their comp. So it's masterful, really. Glad to see it.
Yeah, it's the kind of communication we want to see. They have now taken the gold lead. Again, not a substantial amount, not really worth much, as we see another gank on the mid lane, potentially from Hekawim going in. Not going to find anything. Buckby off screen, I can see on the minimap, he's satchel charging away. As we go back to a relatively even state here, going to wait probably until the next dragon for another big fight to come up. But even with the death in top lane, even with losing the grubs, I like what I'm seeing so much more than game 1 for Jolly Roger. They are coming out swinging. They're saying, hey, look, Pazanski played well in game 1. He had good looks for ganks. Let's pick him an early ganking jungler like Volibear, and let's get some action on the map. Let's get a lead in some of these lanes. And as we see, it's paid off. They're going pretty even throughout so far with a lead potentially in mid lane. Gold-wise, excuse me. So I like what I'm seeing. Now, can they convert it into objectives? Can they fight this next dragon? We'll have to see. As Tripsy dashing in, 19GG dashing out. So happens when you pick a even slightly safer AD carry, I would argue, than the Jinx. Tristana very safe with the rocket jump there, as Hekawim is in the area, could look for a dive. I don't know if they know where Volibear is, but he is not here. 19GG cancels the recall, gonna stay, try and farm up this wave, but they're gonna look for a dive. Lightbringer walking in and pops the Glacial Fissure to start it out. Hekawim grabs the first kill, resets the tower aggro with the rocket jump out. Reximus now stuck between a rock and a hard place, gets the explosive shot off onto him. Troopsy picks up the kill. Ooh, Lightbringer stays under tower for a little too long, though. Not quite sure if he knew he was tanking or if he got bound. One return kill does go to Reximus, but a great tower dive from Malevolent.
Yeah, I see at this point, I mean, kills going to Morgana is not the greatest. You know, you really want those to go to Tristana. She really needs it to get online with the Lucian at this point. So, excellent gank though by them and really reading when they should have been there. So, great to see.
Yeah, as we see another gank in the mid lane, more action coming through from Przanski. Really likes ganking this Ziggs, and the kill does go to Buckby, but it does get returned, stunned up under tower. Volibear will fall, and you got to imagine that's going to make it harder to contest this dragon in 30 seconds. Notable as well that Lucian has his first item, Tristana does not. So I imagine if you're Jolly Roger here, you're pushing in on the tower on bot side, but you're going to back off. You're going to give this second dragon to Malevolent.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you. Oh.
Going in a little bit. Rexpus has flash, should be okay. Hecarim just zoning him out here a little bit, trying to get him off the dragon. See, 19GG maybe a little too far pushed up, though. Greeted for one extra wave. Now, can he get out? Oh, walking right into the enemies. Actually sort of face checking them. Going to try to rocket jump the wall. Doesn't get there in time. Hecarim picks up another kill. Now, Reximus walking too far up with the resets. Viego is going to run all over this team fight. Takes the Morgana's body as well. Grabs the Volibear, going for the dragon. That's 3 kills for nothing to Malevolent. Jolly Roger oversteps.
Wow. I mean, honestly, I feel for 19GG. I gotta get those extra creeps, man. I want to get my gold. I want to get my items, you know? But yeah, paying the price for that and losing objective as well, too. Doesn't probably feel the greatest, but yeah, really proud to see that Viego is really paying off with those resets. I mean, yeah, incredible. I am not good at Viego, so it's really cool to see at this level, right? Something as fun as Viego getting played in the jungle.
For sure. That's one of my favorite champs. I love that guy. And 4-0 for Hecarim. Really taking over carry duty very impressively well. Going to grab that first dragon for themselves. It is 1 dragon to 1. Slight gold lead, around 3,000 or so for Malevolent. So a notable gold lead, but nothing that Jolly Roger can't come back from. But if they're going to come back, we may need to see a little less of the aggression until they hit some of these item spikes.
Yeah, if I were Jolly Rogers, I'd pull back quite a bit. Really think about okay, how can we get our gold? Looking for picks, that sort of thing. Trying to play for objectives because yeah, I mean these guys, Malevolent, they're feeling confident right now, and that's kind of a perfect storm though for Jolly Rogers, right? They want them to play overly confident. They want them to make a mistake. So, but I mean the trouble is Malevolent is just so calm and collected. I've noticed it might be difficult for them to really kind of make those mistakes.
Yeah, as we see here, Malevolent proving your point right, countering the dive so well. Tomorrow matching the move from Buckby, dropped a couple minions to do it, but so worth it. Picking up the kill, the shutdown, I believe, onto the Ziggs, who had 3 kills already for Jolly Roger. And this is exactly what we said. They decided not to slow down. They feel the need to push the pace of the game. I think they feel behind. They feel like they need to make a play with the Volibear. They need to get some dives down, but Malevolent, as you said, calm, doesn't panic. They counter the dive well. They're going to get a lot of gold on the bot side. We'll see 19 take a Winter's Bite here, but probably not much else. I don't think this is a real dive. But yeah, Malevolent just playing so well around the map. Allocating their lanes and moving around. It's going to now net them a Rift Herald too. Przanski assuming he can't get into the pit. Rooted up, yeah, forced to use the jump out for Volibear. Never what you want to see. Got to pick up the Herald. There we go. Goes to Hades on the Scion as another early objective goes to Malevolent.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just doing a great job. Again, I feel like there's just a lot of nerves, right? I mean, we're low elo, you know, and lots of nerves in this. And I really think that, I think it's kind of just the fact that they're not expecting kind of working together on Jolly Roger's side of things, missing the key components, a couple of people that are really important, I know, for their comms and such like that. So, you know, I think they're doing the best that they can. So, but great to see Malevolent coming through and working together and really just coming at it with such confidence and not overplaying and not overstepping. So,
yeah, I completely agree. As we see Buckby doing the opposite here, overstepping a little bit in the mid lane as coin flip going in on Hades, flips him under the tower. Oh, but taking the tower shots, gets rooted up by the decimating smash. Hades finds a way to solo kill even in a tank matchup. And this game is starting to explode like we saw in game 1. It took a little longer, but Yeah, let's get a replay of how this even happened. You see coin flip clearing out a ward. Hades trying to freeze the wave here. Oh, okay. Pizanski maybe had something to do with it. No, walks away. This is just a pure solo kill. I think Coinflip gets a little too aggressive knowing the Volibear was here. Can't get the wave under tower. Stunned up. Walking around. Yeah, I think he just ends up tanking too many tower shots here. Wow, gets hit by 2 fully charged decimating smashes here. And this is where it starts to go wrong. Dashes into tower range, tanks 1 tower shot, 2 tower shots, steps up, tanks 3, tanks 4. That's about the only way you die to a Scion.
Yeah, he's not clogging there anymore. He's just dead on the ground. Sorry for it, bud, but I think definitely overstepping in them clogs. Yeah, there's a lot of tower shots. I think he's just got a bit of I don't know, a little bit of a beef going on up there, trying to prove hey, I'm still up here. Hey, I'm still a threat, but not panning out this time. It's okay.
Yeah, gonna have to call in another janitor to clean up that mess in the top lane. As we see a little farming down on the bot side, but again, it took them a second longer this game because they didn't have quite the winning lanes they had last game, but Malevolent again showing how they got to this point. They play together, they play calmly as a team, and they move to objectives. They convert their leads. Look at this. They are all here, 4-man strong, 5-man strong, actually, with Hades walking down for this third dragon fight. They are here, they have their vision set up, and they're going to try their best to keep Jolly Roger out of the pit. We'll see. It looks like they want to contest, though. Don't feel like they can give over this dragon. Wrexham is posturing very aggressively on the Morgana, but their team is not united. You need Tristana with you, but Tristana's been chunked out so much in that bot lane 1v1 that I don't know if he'll really be able to fight. I think maybe the best thing to do to back off here, but they secure vision in this brush here, in the little line brush. Malevolent gonna push out the mid wave and say, okay, no, you know what? You want the dragon, you take the dragon. We'll get a lead somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that's fine for them. I think it's something that, well, they can focus on getting that top tower, that tier 2 mid tower. They're both really low, and I think that's more valuable to them right now, and especially because, you know, I think we're at the point, Baron's going to be coming up in 5 minutes, so they want that control up top. That's more important than, you know, an air dragon, so.
Yeah, for sure. I like the read saying they got here first to the objective. They tried to set up. They got retaken a little bit. Now, I will say that is something that Jolly Roger has going for them is with the Ziggs, with the Morgana, you can be so annoying playing around vision there. They're poking your opponents out in these scenarios. And Jolly Roger really needed that dragon to keep themselves in this game, right? Dragon stacking is going to be their way forward because their scaling is not quite what it was even in the first game, right? Tristana scales totally fine. Ziggs scales totally fine, but they're not a great scaling team fight comp. And they're losing out in the split push as we see Hades takes another tower top lane. That's both gone and the mid lane tier 1 tomorrow. Free hitting on the bot lane tier 1 as well. Although there are a couple people rotating down to stop him from it. Otacon, however, the next objective to spawn is in the bot lane.
Ah, yes, I forgot about Atacon. I think this would be something that if I were Jolly Rogers, I would definitely be looking for that. I think that could really put them back in the game here.
Yeah, I agree. See, Troopsy actually baiting Pizanski in a little bit there. Face checking on the Lucian. Complete confidence from Malevolent Esports forces the ultimate out of the Volibear. Posturing around the mid lane again, maybe looking to move down to the Otacon if they want. They have complete control of the blue side jungle from Malevolent. Smash over the wall. Yeah, they're going to go in on that Urgot. Lands the Winter's Bite. Concussive blows. Oh, not quite getting stacked all the way up, but Wrexham is forced to flash over the wall as well. They are just playing around in their enemy's jungle here. We'll see if they can convert it into an objective. 19GG stuck a little bit in the bot lane, trying to walk up, but it's really hard to move from mid lane down to Otacon, so I doubt this will result in anything.
Yeah, you know, I feel, again, for 19GG, I think he's just trying to catch up, trying to get those waves, trying to farm up, trying to be relevant in this game, right? You know, he's kind of a key point in their damage for this comp, so totally understandable why he wasn't there to really do anything, but I just think that Malevolent just has the ability and the, you know, power to, you know, fight as a whole team, so it's kind of a threat, I think, a little bit for Jolly Rogers, so not sure what they're going to be doing for this next objective here on Atacon. Looks like everybody's kind of just gone back.
And looking at the state of this game, like, and speaking about 19GG trying to farm up, imagine how different this game would look if those 3 kills on the bot side were on the Tristana as opposed to the Morgana, right? And that's hard to do. Morgana does burn damage, has Ignite. It's not always in your control, but if Tristana had all 3 of those kills, or even 2 of them, I think as Jolly Roger, you would feel so much better about the game state, saying, hey, look, we have a scaling option. We can play through our bot lane. But as it stands, 19GG down about a half an item, but that half an item is a completed item for Troopsy, who's on a 2-item spike. 19GG is not, which is going to make it really hard to fight even over this next dragon, right? They got one, they slowed down the roll a little bit, and that's very good. Now, no chance of a soul or anything like that for Malevolent, but with 1 item on Tristana, and I doubt a second one completed in the next minute and a half, I don't think you're going to be able to fight the dragon again.
Yeah, you know, classic feels bad man on the ADC. You hate to see it, but it does happen like that, right? I mean, you pick something like Morgana, you do have that burn, and, you know, you're kind of hoping that you can get it before she gets it, but it is what it is, you know?
Yeah, coin flip caught by another decimating smash here. Wow, Scion goes in with the ultimate, and the culling comes out, cleans him up. Troopsy grabs another kill as Malevolent pushing their lead in 2 lanes at once. They push in 2v1 on the mid lane tier 2. They grab it. They push in 3v4 on the bot lane tier 1. But once the team has to move up to cover for the Urgot, they claim that tower as well. Malevolent moving around this map with such confidence.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Troopsy, talking to him before this this series, I mean, he's very excited, you know, probably having a great time right now. If I'm the ADC in that position, having a great time, honestly.
Yeah, I'm sure, and we'll see how he can play around this team fight, but I think it's going to be all about Viego. Gets the first one, but actually gets shut down pretty quickly. Troopsy now out of position, shut down by the Volibear. That's another reset to 19GG going in, and it looks like Jolly Roger is actually taking this team fight down. Hades taken low, shut down. Lightbringer, the only one left alive for Malevolent. A huge comeback swing for Jolly Roger as 19GG tries his best, does escape the Scion passive at the end. An ace for Jolly Roger Black Pearl, exactly what they needed.
Yep, and I think them getting this out of con is definitely putting them back in the game, and I think they needed that for the mental sake. You just saw there, you know, 19GG emoting. He's feeling real good right now, and he survived that. I thought the Scion was going to get him a little bit with that AoE, but oh my gosh, so proud of the boy. He's gonna get his Chipotle. He's trying so hard for that Chipotle.
Yeah, and this is a huge payout for Jolly Roger, right? They get the Otacon, they're moving up to the Dragon now, they get the bot tier 1 as well. We'll see, the Dragon is potentially contestable, but Hekawim opened up top side. So we'll have to see. They pull the Dragon out of the pit. No, it looks like they're going to claim this one uncontested as well. Troopsy walking in, Hekawim walking in as well. They have vision of the Dragon, but it is going to go down. That's a 3rd Dragon, a Jolly Roger Black Pearl, and just like that, they are back in this game. It just goes to show you how much can swing off of just one team fight. You were right, it was all they needed.
Yeah, I mean, truly. And also, I mean, giving up that early dragon now is kind of biting them in the butt a little bit as well. You know, it was 2, now it's 3, and now they're really going to go for it, right? You might see here probably Malevolent is going to make some plays that are overconfident, trying to get the lead back, desperate to get it back, would be my guess. And, you know, hopefully Jolly Rogers can kind of make something from this and really make plays upon mistakes, because mistakes are about to happen. On which side, I'm not sure, but we're definitely going to see something, and chat's going to go crazy.
I like it. We're calling out already. We don't know what, but something messed up is going to happen in the next couple of minutes. Baron has now spawned. Next Dragon now for another 4 minutes, but Malevolent does importantly still have a solid enough gold lead and solid enough map pressure that they feel confident walking into the jungle here. Clearing out the red side jungle of vision. They're setting up Baron vision if they want. Oh, and there's the mistake. We found it. Pazanski face checks into 4. Now, you're not expecting 4 in your topside jungle, but that mistake might just give away Baron.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I knew something was going to happen. I didn't really expect it from JR. I got the sense for it. Just not when I'm playing, just when other people are playing, I guess. So.
Yeah, a bit of a risky take here, though. We'll have to see. There is going to be a team fight here, definitely. 19GG actually flanking on the Tristana. Health bar is way too low for Malevolent. They're going to have to pull off the Baron. We'll see if 19GG, wow, going in aggressively, picks up 1 kill on him tomorrow. Not going to find the other shutdown, though. Reset goes over to Viego. Hekawim now jumping in with the rocket jump as well. Buckbeat trying his best to get out, has no flash. Ziggs picks up one on the backside as well. Troopsy does fall as well as Tomorrow carries down for Malevolent, but the Viego is all they need. Satchel charge, picks up coin flip. Oh, takes one step back in, maybe one step too far. Gonna walk it out, but I think they may have stopped the Baron attempt. So I guess it's worth.
Yeah, quite literally, I think that was a pretty even trade as far as it goes. I mean, I know they came out a little bit ahead, Malevolent, with those kills, but they didn't greed either as well for that coin flip, and that potentially could have been problematic here. I think coin flip's being a little ambitious here. Oh,
Yeah, potentially. Probably not going to find the Braum. Stand beside me to the minion Winter's Bite back to slow him up. But I respect the angle. But I agree. And I think a lot of that team fight was because of sort of the heroics of 19GG. He was on the flank. He 100-0 chunked Tomorrow and then jumped into the middle of 4 saying, look, I'm going to die here probably, but I'm going to take someone with me and you guys are not taking this Baron. Jolly Roger knowing that if Malevolent get the Baron, they're going to explode the gold lead even further, and giving themselves a little bit of time to farm up and focus on this next Dragon. Dragon is up in 2 minutes. And now something important to note, we'll see how they feel about it, but Jolly Roger has options here. Being the team on 3 Dragons, you are allowed to say, look, you guys need to go to this Dragon, but we don't.
right. They have a bit of playing field, right? They have some decision makings. They have some wiggle room. They could go to that dragon, or they could play for towers. They could play for picks. They could do a lot with it, right? So I think they're still, even though they're kind of down in that gold lead, they're still kind of in the game here. I think we could see again mistakes on Malevolent that again flip the game, just like we saw right before Adicon.
Yeah, we've seen it already. These team fights are getting messy, and they are quite close. The Jolly Roger carries in Buckby and 19GG have enough items now that they can be a threat in these team fights, and we'll have to see what they do around this Dragon. A minute until the Dragon, not much vision placed down there for Jolly Roger, but a lot of pressure on the top side. We may see the sort of classic strategy of we're on Soul Point, you guys get Soul, we're going to go for Baron. We'll have to see. They're taking their resets now, trying to buy up items. That does signal to me that they may want to fight. Yeah, and they're opening back out on the bot side. They're saying, we don't think we can give over one Dragon because we may not be in a position to fight the next one. This is our best shot. Now, Malevolent has great setup around here. They have complete control of the enemy jungle, and they're going to look for a pick before the Dragon even happens.
Yep, you can see it setting up here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they may have found it. Glacial Fisher connects on a Buckby. He is dead before he even sees the Dragon Pit. Malevolent sets up the vision, gets first control of the objective, gets a pick, and now they're looking up towards the Baron, actually. They want to extend this lead a little bit more, not content to just take the Dragon. Echoim walking up, you see, gets a stun onto Pazanski. Volibear forced to jump out. Gonna stun him back up again, though. Coin flip on the backside, though, caught out a little in too deep. Oh, the Fear Beyond Death gets canceled at the last second. Hekuim gets another reset, healing back up on the Viego. He is taking over this team fight. Jump out from 19GG, but he is the sole survivor of this slaughter. Malevolent Esports gonna get the Baron, probably gonna get the Dragon too. A huge team fight win off the back of great Viego play.
Yeah, I think Jolly Rogers was really trying to make up for the fact there that they lost Buckby in that fight, but also I don't know if taking that fight was really good. I would have honestly just probably gone somewhere else and done something else with that, right? Because Buckby is kind of a bit of their damage, no? So I do like that 19GG survived that. I think he is kind of the win con at this point if they have one. So keeping him alive, I saw a lot of shutdowns go to him. He's probably going to spend that and use it well. So I wouldn't discount the 19GG carry just yet. Chipotle is on the line. This man is desperate.
And you can tell he wants it. Jolly Roger, true to their name, something I've learned about them, they refuse to put up the white flag. They want to fight over every objective. They feel it is their way back in the game. Maybe extending a little too far there in the 4v5, but game's not over yet, down about 6k. Still up in Dragons, they do now have to face down the Baron from Malevolent. We saw how well they can use it in the last game. But also important to note, there's not a lot of towers left for Malevolent to even take. This Baron, gonna be hard to get a lot out of. You're gonna have to break into the base if you want to get anything other than that bot lane tier 2, which we see them pushing towards now. This Baron may be a bit of a wash, though, if they can't find a pick.
Yeah, I see him looking here. Honestly, Honestly, I think it's just more about denying objectives at this point for Jolly Roger.
Byzantsky, you cannot be here. Your jungle is not yours to take. Forced to flash out. Almost goes down to the culling from Troopsy off to the side, but does manage to escape at the last second. But a mistake like that, walking into your jungle without the vision, is going to cost you heavily. They get that tier 2. They're pushing up to the tier 3. They want to siege this if they can. Now, they are outranged a little bit by Jolly Roger. The Zig's going to be really good at clearing out these waves, as Tomorrow takes a lot of damage, has to flash away from the bomb. Gonna back off, getting only one tower. Flash for flash, so at the end of the day, not the worst for Jolly Roger, but bleeding away the tower is not what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, this poor Volibear, he's trying, he's got to get ahead here. He's got a lot of kills down. I feel like he's an item down, I think, he's just trying his best. He wants to support so bad his team and get those kills and get those picks and those objectives. So, but yeah, knowing what I know about Hekawim, he's just oppressive in that jungle and counter jungling and really just trying to be annoying, especially on that Viego. That's pretty much his comfort, his wheelhouse. So, not shocking to see.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And oppressive, annoying, I would consider these quite malevolent traits. Hekawim proving true to his team's name here on the Viego, controlling the enemy jungle. They're doing such a good job of playing around the vision, finding these picks. As again, Byzantsky wants to go in. It's a little bit of a chunk onto the Viego, not quite enough. Now, what I think we need to see from Jolly Roger is either pushing out a wave and getting to the objective first, or trying to retake the objective as a team. Walking in one by one when they don't have vision in the jungle is what's leading to these picks and is what's leading to these objectives for Malevolent. We need to see them walk in as a team, but again, similarly to their last team comp, we saw a little bit of criticism from Twitch chat on, they don't have a ton of frontline. Volibear, Urgot, not your traditional frontliners. Morgana not able to do it as well, so it's gonna be really hard for them to walk in these situations. As we see, it may be another overextension. Reximus walks up to clear a ward, pops the black shield on himself, but those concussive blows are still there. 19GG here, though, is potentially going to force Troopsy out. Wow, jumping in a little too aggressively. Shut down by the Mel immediately. This is the exact overextension we were talking about. The bot lane down for Jolly Roger Black Pearl. Malevolent's going to look to take that and end the game with the coin flip, flashing out, dashing out. Cullen clears away the wave. No objectives up. They say, we don't need it. We are going to push into the base.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot blame 19GG. My ADC brain immediately saw what he saw. Of course, we have the vision as casters. We can see what's going on here. And I just, it was like looking down the barrel of a gun. I mean, oh my goodness. Bless him, he was trying. But yeah, just getting met with that lethal team of Malevolent.
Yeah. Jolly Roger trying their best to salvage the situation. You can see Buckby here clearing out both waves at the same time. Clears the bottom wave with the Satchel Charge and the mid wave with the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's keeping them in the game for now. The Ziggs wave clear has been really effective at stopping the siege into the base, but they did break the tier 3 tower. They do get out. They're going to reset. They're going to be back in time to fight for this next dragon.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty important, I think, for Jolly Rogers to getting here early, which I think honestly makes it different, and especially in the lower elos, getting to the objective early, that makes such a huge difference, right? And they're setting up their vision. They're really trying to salvage what they can out of this here.
Yeah, as we see, exactly as you said, they're taking a page out of Malevolent's book here. They are at the objective first. They are set up in the enemy jungle. They have the vision set up. Malevolent walking in. Byzantsky's here. The rest of the team is behind them, looking for a flank here. Hades on a flank as well, though. This may actually sort of turn out opposite way they intended. They're trying to go into Hekawim, but he gets a really quick reset onto the Morgana. Gonna go for another one here. Is 19GG jumping in a little too far. Not quite gonna fall yet. The team fight is chaotic, but it's Viego picking up the shutdowns. Double kill to the Viego. Triple kill to the Viego, and they are right onto the dragon after a clean ace.
Yeah, this is kind of ruthless here. I mean, they've really tried. I could see the vision on Jolly Rogers, what they were trying to do, trying to have the power over that objective early. And it's so, I didn't notice, but Hades was coming in the back there. I think they kind of knew what they were playing for, right? And I think that is what the difference is, right? You're thinking, what is the enemy doing? What are they trying to do here? And I think they just kind of, I don't know, they big brained them. and they beat him there.
They absolutely did. Malevolent proving to be evil geniuses here in game 2, putting Jolly Roger's backs up against the wall as they take the series up 2-0. Jolly Roger back to the drawing board again before game 3, you got to imagine.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, feels bad man moments, but I think, again, it just is kind of the disadvantage of it seems like there is a lot of miscommunication going on here, a lot of plays being made kind of frantically here, trying to get the edge, trying to make a difference, trying to get back in the game. And it's just kind of the opposite of what you need to do in these situations, right? So yeah, I don't know. Going into game 3 is going to be pretty tough for Jolly Rogers. But again, I do not discount these guys. They have had, I think, a couple of, I think every series that they've had has gone to 5 games. I'm not super sure. You might have to like fact check me on that. But these guys are tough. And I am not discounting this, even though they're down 2. So not sure how they're going to do it, but I'm not discounting it. So.
Yeah, not counting them out just yet. An impressive amount of resilience we saw even in this game, right? Coming back after such a devastating loss in game 1. That kind of thing has the potential to really set the tone for the series, and I would argue that it didn't. Jolly Roger came back. They looked for early plays. They honestly had an early lead here for quite a while, but started to fall apart when they started to get picks. They're not quite as adept at playing around a vision as we see the Malevolent is, at playing around objectives as we see the Malevolent is. Back to the drawing board for the draft again, though. Is there anything else left in the tank you want to see from Jolly Roger in this 3rd game draft?
You know, I don't know. I wish I could see a Smolder play. I don't know if they're gonna give him Smolder though. It would be great to see it, but yeah, I'm not super sure really who they're going to play around in the next game here. I mean, truly, it just seems like the issue is not having that peel for 19GG, and also, I don't know if it's nerves or what's going on, but just kind of having these misplays later in the game that are really costly, for the damage doers. So getting caught out or jumping in when we have no vision. So I think it's a matter of just kind of collecting yourself. I don't know if it's a champ issue. I think there's just a lot of nerves, which is totally understandable. So I think they can come back from this. I believe in my goats. I believe in the Chipotle. So, we'll see what happens.
We'll have to see if they can pull it out. Their backs are on the line now. There is no time left to be nervous for Jolly Roger Black Pearl. Down 0-2 in the series to Malevolent. We're going to take another quick break, but we'll be right back with Game 3.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky.
All right, welcome back to the Titan Esports 2025 Summer Gladiator League Grand Finals. If you missed it, Malevolent Esports is up 2-0. Jolly Roger Black Pearl with their backs against the wall after a couple of bloody games, exciting games. One close game, one not particularly close game. But before we get back into all of that, we've got some awards for the summer split to give out, and we're going to announce them right here on stream. Here we go. The Titan Esports Gladiator Summer 2025 MVP is none other than 19GG, who we've been seeing play.
Whew, not surprised by that, honestly. What an incredible human being. So kind, so nice, and truly an excellent EDC. Congratulations.
Yeah, and we've seen it. He's been sort of a shining light for his team in both of their games, albeit losses so far. Him and his support, Romeo, actually are our first team All-Pro. Bot lane, Romeo, unfortunately not playing today as an E-sub as well, but the first team All-Pro, top lane, Atomic Rider 36. In the jungle, the Dino and Soul Ram in the mid lane are your first team All-Pro for the Gladiator Summer League. You can see second team and third team up there as well. A lot of players that we have in the lobby today, and a couple that unfortunately have been subbed out. As you see, K-Dash, the second team All-Pro jungler, also not playing today. Hades, the highest up player on Malevolent, who might just be about to win the split.
Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of people slept on Hades this series, this season, honestly. So, myself included, I think, but I'm biased. I voted for all of my people on my team, so yeah, you have to. You've got to support the boys. But yeah, I mean, all of the ADC picks as well too. There was some talk about ADCs not being super exciting this split for Gladiator. I have to disagree. There were so many good players in the ADC role this split. So and really everybody played their heart out, but seeing Downfall's amazing, and Troopsy, obviously, powerhouse, so not shocked to see any of those there. And yeah, Sharky, Rocky, those guys, amazing supports, so not shocked to see those guys there either.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out again, your Summer League MVP, 19GGs. We see him in the draft lobby here. He probably, I don't know if he knows he's the MVP yet, or if we'll find out after the game. Or
Probably after.
if he found out just now. I doubt he found out now, yeah, so he'll probably find out after the game. So it would feel a little bad to lose the grand finals and then find out your MVP, but maybe a consolation prize. If he can't get his burrito, I should say that is also what's on the line here, is that 19GG is playing for a Chipotle burrito if he wins. So backs against the wall, big stakes. Just became the MVP. We'll see if he can come back in game 3. We're into the draft. Jolly Roger Black Pearl back on the blue side, same as game 1. Malevolent, more than happy to be on the red side. There's the Smolder ban. As you called out, they're not going to give it to him. They're not going to let him play safe and scaling like he wants to.
Yeah, unfortunate. I was kind of hoping, but I assumed that they would just take him out.
So they're also a little boring to watch, I'll be honest. So, I think I don't hate the Smolder ban. Now, we'll see if they go back to the Jinx first pick again that they did in game 1. No, Ari going to be their first pick. They, I think, are leaning a little more into what they did in game 2 that was kind of working, which was having a little bit of early playmaking power, right?
Yeah.
And there's the Jinx.
Yep.
Traded off. Malevolent takes it this time. It was banned, I believe, in game 2. It seems to be the agreed upon power pick for this series. Jinx in the hands of Troopsy. Maybe Malevolent this time, gonna look to sit back and scale a little with the Talia in the mid lane as well. Another strong control mage for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Jinx is the #1 pick ADC champ this split as well too.
Makes sense to me. Sivir going to be the counter. Just a hyper carry mirror matchup at the bot lane here. Neither of these AD carries with a ton of lane pressure. Melio paired along with the Sivir. I like that. I like to see that a lot. Putting Reximus on peel duty, right? Not forcing him to go in. Now, I will say, What they need is engage, again coming from the jungle like it did last game, something like the Volibear or the Wukong again for Pazanski. I wouldn't mind to see either of them. We'll see if Malevolent wants to ban those out here. Lulu, the third pick for Malevolent. No, they're gonna say, you know what? We'll ban the Urgot. We're gonna take away some comfort from the top lane. And I have to imagine they're gonna give Hades red side counter pick again.
Hopefully. We'll see what they do with it. But yeah, it is cool to see Emilio. I think maybe that just might be the support's comfort, right? Just some of those less in-your-face tanky, have to hook, have to block shield, that sort of thing, and more of like the actual supportive part of it.
For sure, and if you're playing these hyper carries, if you're committed to scaling up these hyper carries, what you want as an AD carry player is an enchanter by your side, right? Shielding you up, buffing your attack speed, making you big, cleansing you of CC. Pantheon, I love coming in through for Hekawim. We'll see if he can use that to get a little bit of more playmaking power in the early game. That's something I like. I really like when you pick a team that's heavy scaling in parts of it with a little bit of early game playmaking power. I think that sort of blends in really well, so you don't have to just lose the early game, as we see Amumu going to be the engaged playmaking jungler for Pazanski, and Gnar in the top lane for coin flip, which I love. Maybe you can play a little safer.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like JR's got a really strong draft right now. This team is scary. I'm scared right now.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing. And the Scion back in the top lane for Hades, not able to use the counter pick to the fullest, but we saw a really phenomenal Scion performance from him in the last game. Some great ults, lane dominance, got a solo kill somehow in the tank matchups, so we'll have to see. JR's backs are against the wall, but as we've seen, they want to fight you for it. They are not willing to give up, and they've drafted for it. They are ready to team fight.
Yeah, I think that Milio with Sivir is going to be really intense in that bot lane too, because Sivir already has that range with her W, and with that Milio, I mean, she's just going to be able to chew down so quickly later in the game. I think she's really strong right now too, so it'll be interesting to see who gets ahead in the bot lane for sure.
Yeah, it absolutely will. As we see both teams wanting to play through those star bot laners. Can 19GG, our season MVP, bring it back for Jolly Roger Black Pearl? We are here to find out. We're loaded up onto the Rift, and you guessed it, those junglers are gonna look at each other mid lane again.
Yeah, what is that, a Mumu skin?
I think it's someone correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I believe it's Vancouver Amumu.
Okay. Shout out Canada. Vancouver.
Yeah. Shout out to the glorious and proud nation of Canada. All right, I've been told that I'm correct. So, chat, don't talk to me. I'm right. It's Vancouver Amumu. I don't know why it's Vancouver. Maybe that's like the Vancouver flag or something like. I really don't know, but that's Vancouver Amumu. It's an old skin.
Yes,
Very old skin.
I love those scuff skins though. Some of those are the best.
I think all of Amumu skins are kind of like that.
Yes.
To be honest, I think Amumu is just kind of like that. You see, going back down to regular lane assignments, they're just looking at each other in the mid lane. They like doing this, and honestly, that's the kind of thing you like to see. I think there is a level of camaraderie between these teams. We've seen some emoting going on in the mid lane. These junglers have had some fun there, level 1 all of games. There we go. Some of the emoting, just as we saw tomorrow. Emoting his mid lane opponent. So at least spirits are high on both teams. I don't think Jolly Roger is feeling too down in the dumps, although their performance hasn't been probably quite what they wanted. We'll see if they can get it going, but again, they've got a team comp that doesn't really want to do very much early game. I think they're going to be okay to power farm, sit back, scale, and just try not to lose these lanes too hard.
Yeah, I mean, that trading early on to Talia is so strong, and tomorrow's really strong with Talia, so be worried for Buckby there early on, but as long as he can survive that early part, I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, somewhere I want to put some attention to is where we're looking right now. I want to watch how coin flip plays out this matchup, right? The Gnar into Scion should be... it should be more than a safe pick. I was going to say it should be a safe pick. It should be more. It should be a bully. You should be able to bully Scion playing Gnar. But all I want to see is coin flip pushing in the wave, staying safe, right? And scaling up and using the Gnar to team fight. It's okay if you're not getting the crazy lane lead on Gnar. Yes, that's kind of what the pick is for, but we can live with just some strong team fighting Gnar ults.
Yeah, and I think Gnar is a comfort pick for coin, so it should be hopefully a very easy lane for him up there.
Yeah, I'll have to see. Both mid laners down to about half HP. Been trading, chunking each other. Buckby a little bit down in CS, though. Tomorrow doing a really good job of pushing him off, stunning him while the wave is happening. And as we see, the lane pushed heavily up. Actually, all three lanes pushed heavily up for Malevolent, which is exactly what you want as a jungler, especially Pantheon. Pantheon and jungler with so much early game presence is going to want to fight over those scuttles. Junglers pathing in different directions, so there won't be a scuttle fight this game, but I think if you're Hecarim, you like that sort of ability to play around, ability to say, hey, all three of my lanes are winning. I can go wherever I want.
Yeah, yeah, and be able to feel not pressured to clear your camps fast, because I think Pantheon got nerfed a little bit in the jungle this last patch, so his Q doesn't do as much to those jungle monsters. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you know, feeling pretty good about that, hopefully.
Sad we're not seeing a little of the what, like 3 minute 2 second clear speed Nautilus jungle today.
Yep.
Although I do
Yeah.
think it also is getting nerfed. But so we see Pantheon's more than happy with this. There's actually a bit of a mid lane skirmish here. You see a Mumu coming up from behind. I have to see what happens. I doubt there's going to be too much early action. I really don't think we're getting early picks unless someone makes a crazy mistake. Although I will say, as I just said that, I see that tomorrow's flash was blown in that mid lane exchange, so a little bit of a win for Jolly Roger. That's the kind of thing you're looking for in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. And he's down mana too, so he's kind of now in a tight spot. I think that a Mumu gank was very needed and very successful.
Yeah, both junglers cleared the scuttle, ran immediately right to mid lane, countering each other on the play. No real action. Talia flashless does matter. Amumu and Ahri can really get some picks down there. I'd love to see this Ahri start shoving waves and moving, but I do think he gets a little shoved in by Talia, and both of those champions great at roaming, so we'll have to see if they can exert influence on any of the other lanes, but we'll supportal combat down here. Lightbringer putting the hurt onto Reximus.
Yeah, yeah. Lightbringer really, really good on that Lulu. I saw that Lulu and I winced a little bit, I won't lie. It's gonna be painful for them down there for sure.
See if he's good enough on the Lulu to get out of this. I think he is. Pysanski sort of arrived at just the wrong time. Minion wave blocking any of his angles for the bandage toss, so he's going to walk out again, but I like what I'm seeing from Pysanski. He seems so ready to look for these early plays around his bot lane. Jolly Roger knows who they are as a team, right? You can see that they want to play around 19GG. They know he is their strongest member, and they want to get him ahead.
Yeah, it just seems like it's just going pretty even down there. You know, Troopsy is a little bit ahead in some CS as well, but you know, looks like fairly chill game so far. I'm curious to see if it's going to be the objective first, or if somebody's going to get a pick somewhere that really gets that first blood going.
Yeah. Excuse me. This may be a game where it actually takes a while to get first blood. We'll have to see. Jolly Roger is starting up the dragon here on the bot side, though. Gonna take an early one. That's huge in a sort of scaling war of attrition like this, right? To use that pressure you have in the bot lane, because again, Sivir's so good at pushing in the wave. Gonna have lane prio most of the game, and using that to grab an early dragon, really nice. Although we'll see Weaver's Wall trying to cut off Pysanski here, but tomorrow a little bit out of mana. Seismic Shove not going to connect. Mumu will flash over it. Trades his flash for the dragon and the scuttle crab. You're okay with that on a Mumu?
Yeah, I think that was a good flash by him. Didn't want to get caught out there. That could have been detrimental for him, I think.
Buck be more than happy to just tank the seismic shove, especially without the ground down there. Wow, Hecarim takes a huge chunk after being hit by the charm. Just gonna walk it off, go back to clearing his jungle again. It may be a hot second before we see a first blood in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Buckby is kind of, I feel like, starting to get a little comfortable again. It did seem like he was a bit nervous there at the start, but now I feel like he's kind of finding himself again, because he is very good on that Ahri. So excited to see if maybe he's gonna get something going here.
Yeah, we'll see if he does. Pysanski with a little Putting a little hurt on the Lightbringer in the topside jungle. Buckbee's here, uses the Spirit Rush, but Charm goes a little bit wide. Pull down on that Ariel, not the longest, and I appreciate the look for a pick. Pazanski was at level 6, but Lightbringer, okay to sort of walk it off, set up a little vision around the grubs, which Pazanski is going to start up. Coin flip has the first move here, so does Buckbee, although he does need to go catch that wave. But Amumu's just so good at clearing grubs that this should be at least 2, if not 3, pretty easily for Jolly Roger.
Yeah, and kind of doing it in front of their face too. I mean, he's emoting. He's got that vision right there, so it looks like they're just going to give it as well too.
Yeah, Hades maybe looking to steal one over the wall, not going to be able to get it. Malevolent did move their support up, which I like. They've done that every game for the grubs. But does leave Troopsy a little out to dry in the bot lane, getting pushed in so hard by this Sivir. Buckbee, I will say, did miss a significant amount of farm to secure those grubs, right? Dropped about half a wave at least, if not a full wave, actually, to secure it. Some plates going down for Jolly Roger Black Pearl on the bot side as well. Really, really comfortable start. This is where they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been so good coming into these games. Really, I don't feel like they've let, kind of this loss streak really affect them. They come at things with a good attitude. So that's something to say. Because me personally, I'd be tilted, so.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think you're totally right. I think you're not seeing any signs of tilt from Jolly Roger, right? They're coming in, they're executing their game plan. They're figuring out what worked and what didn't work in those early games, right? I think they're saying, hey, it was really nice. It gave us a nice blanket last game that we had some early objectives. So let's try and get that again. Let's try and pick those hyper carries. We think we can play through 19 in the bot lane. And proven so far this game to be somewhat of a winning strategy. 3 grubs and a dragon up at only 10 minutes. Next dragon in about 1:40, though. We'll have to see if they can push Malevolent off the dragon so easily again, or if there's going to be a bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes in and no first blood yet. I feel like this game is going to be very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, this is actually, I will say, the sort of thing that happens a lot in match point games, right? Is teams, you see it a lot in game 5s, but as teams really start to slow the pace down, they start to play really controlled. You get really afraid of making a mistake because you're thinking, look, if I make one more mistake, we may be out. But Pazanski knows he's not making a mistake here, pulls the trigger on Lightbringer, forces the flash out of the Lulu, but the ultimate out of the Amumu is quite a lot. That may be relevant for the dragon fight in a minute. We'll have to see if the Amumu ult is back up. Not quite sure if it's rank 1 cooldown, but the flash blown on the bot lane, quite important. 19GG will presumably have to recall before this dragon as well, running low on mana from shoving in the waves with the bouncing blades. But it does look like these teams are gearing up for a dragon fight.
Yeah, definitely think that this is pretty important for 19GG as far as getting ahead somewhere. I feel like something's going to happen where one of these ADCs is going to get something, and that's really going to start the snowball, right? That's what we see usually going on here.
Well, a little cheeky play from Tomorrow there as he actually sort of walked up maybe a little too far trying to juke around Pazanski. Ended up forced to blow the flash as well. That's 2 flashes down from the bot side of the map from Malevolent right before the dragon spawns. And important to note, 19GG on that back finished the Yuntal Wild Arrows before Troopsy could. So it looks like Malevolent, maybe not quite content to give away the dragon. Reximus doing a good job zoning off Hecarim here. Yeah, I think they're just going to have to give it. Their bot lane took a base at an unfortunate time. Sivir had the item first. They blew 2 flashes. Maybe they still want to contest. Hecarim posturing pretty aggressively here. Buckbee is on the flank. Dragon down to about 1,500, almost in smite range at 900. Stolen away from Hecarim, though. That's the first dragon of Malevolent. We'll see if they can get out with it, though. Wild Growth up on the Pantheon, taken quite low. Ooh, Jinx gets a reset, though, with the Super Mega Death Rocket. First blood goes to Malevolent Esports. Troopsy, how aggressive is he feeling? Not quite willing to flash over the wall, but the Seismic Shove lands on a Buckbee, knocks him in. Still has the flash available. Gonna have to use it, though. Reximus gives him a little shield. Weaver's Wall is in. Tomorrow playing really aggressive. Puts the ground down, gets a Seismic Shove for a double kill to the Malevolent mid laner. Lightbringer zones off. 19GG at the end. 3 kills to 2 for Malevolent. It's an explosion of kills here at the start of this game. 19GG. Ooh, not quite able to walk that one off. Troopsy picks up another kill, and the Dragon Malevolent takes an early lead.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of greeted for that. I would have just reset and kind of gone back there. Unfortunate for 19GG, but wow, what a power play by Malevolent there, stealing the dragon. That's crazy.
Oof.
But you know, it's yeah, wow. I don't even know what to say. It's amazing.
Yeah, you got to try and keep that Pantheon out of the pit, right? The Q smite is really strong, and it's something that Amumu can't do. Amumu doesn't really have that, like, smite secure type ability like a Pantheon Q, a Maokai Q, those kinds of things. You see, well, a lot of damage on the Lightbringer in the mid lane. Great charm from Buckbee. As Malevolent has moved their bot lane here up to the mid lane. Coin flip dancing around, almost hits the Meganar, but that's a massive Scion ult from the mid there. Brings them back with the seismic shove. Buckbee is out of there. Lightbringer does fall at the last second. Bzanski falls as well. Jinx gets a reset. Super Mega Death Rocket just wide, but Coin Flip is gonna fall as well. That's another kill to Troopsy. Buckbee's low. Troopsy can't quite find the shock laser that time, but another kill on the Jinx. 3-0 and 2. Troopsy has exploded this game open.
Yep, and that's to be expected again. That's why Jinx is so strong. I mean, it just takes a little bit, and then that passive goes, and it's so hard to stop. And a lot of people just don't understand. Walk away from the fight, because if you don't walk away, you're gonna give something to Jinx, and that's what you don't want to do.
Yeah, I will say importantly though, 19GG did not roam up for this fight. Stayed bot lane, took the first tower, solo gold to himself. Right, is even on CS, has a kill to his own name, so no slouch in terms of gold. Right, is probably down. Maybe just a touch, but maybe not really. Towers 1-1 as Malevolent did take the mid-tier one in that exchange as well. The game largely is still even. There is a small gold lead to Malevolent. A lot of that is on Troopsy. But we'll have to see. I do think Jolly Roger doesn't quite have to back away from team fights yet, right? They're still in this game completely. They've got similar item spikes to their opponents. They can look to fight the next dragon. They got a little unlucky with the steal. They got wiped in the team fight, and that was bad, but we look up at the top lane matchup, really not going the way Coin Flip would want. Hades stacking those grass procs, up about 20 CS as well, up a level. Really pretty commanding lead for the Scion there, as we're gonna do a little posturing around the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, really truly, I think JR is definitely still in this here. Definitely can keep it together. They just need to slow down, need to calm down. That Mumu kind of forced things a little bit, I think, and right now they're trying to force that rift, I think, a little too early. They need to probably just back off and maybe give. I would personally give, and potentially just try to push, go for other things.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that top lane. Yeah, you can try to steal. Again, gonna be harder for a Mumu than Pantheon, but that top lane trade, I think, makes it so that they can't really contest this. Coinflip lost most of his HP and popped the Meganar too quickly, so he doesn't have it for this fight. Lightbringer chunked out, but that's fine. Yeah, Rift Herald gonna go down to Hecko him. All 5 members there to secure it. Nobody on the cross map for Jolly Roger. I would have maybe liked to see something like that if Ari could have stayed bot lane and pushed in another wave, maybe denied a couple of CS for them in a trade for the Rift Herald, but unfortunately Coinflip takes a bad trade in the top lane, loses the Rift Herald, but not the end of the world. Malevolent will use that. They'll probably get a tower out of it. But what I want to see is, will we fight again for this dragon? It's deja vu, man. They're going to keep fighting over these dragons, resetting, seeing if they can get their item spikes up. We'll have to see who claims the second dragon for their team.
Yeah, I mean, this Jinx is really got me nervous. Although it is, you can see 19GG is pretty even in farm, so, and I wouldn't discount it yet. Sivir's so strong. As long as she is scaling with that farm, she can keep up with items just as well, and she's still just as strong. So that's why I really like playing Sivir. She's safe, and she doesn't need to be aggressive. She doesn't need to get superstar kills, right? So to be relevant later in the game. As long as you have those items, you'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And have those items. She does. You can see, wow, Buckbee caught out a little bit there. Gets in, though, there. Gets a kill on it. Tomorrow blows the flash as well to start up the fight. Lightbringer maybe a little out of position. Coinflip has TP'd in early. Doesn't have the Meganar, but putting a little pain onto the Lulu. Gonna jump in, force the flash out of Lulu as well. Coinflip still wants to go forward, charging up that Narbar, pushing Hecko him out. I want to see them move to the Dragon now. They're losing some turrets in the top side, but you gotta get something off this pick.
Yeah, I mean, they really got to rush it here because that Scion, he's sieging. He's going in for that T2. He's going to take it if they let him. It looks like that TP was used as well from the Yeah, from the Gnar. So really, truly, I'd be backing off right now, going back, trying to answer that.
Yeah, coin flip TP'd in to try and secure the dragon. Buckby, crazy play in there in the 1v3, grabs a kill. Wow, Troopsy pushing up very far, gets excited off the tower, gonna try and get out here. See if you can though, coin flip exhausted, can't stack up the Mega Gnar, but Troopsy taking a lot of damage. Rexy's in there, Buckby hits him with the charm, shutdown goes over to 19 GG. We'll see, can they get out now though? Heck of Wim job in here with the Pantheon ultimate. Team fight probably not going much else. Pazanski does still have the ultimate here though. Tomorrow, no flash. Probably going to be caught here in the pit. No way out of there. Buckby picks up another kill. Wow, and a great bandage toss on a Lightbringer. Pazanski with the hero play at the last second. Buckby going to keep dashing forward with the Spirit Rush. Hits the charm. Pazanski still has ultimate. It hasn't used it. Sion charging out of there with the unstoppable onslaught. Can he get to the Blast Cone in time? Yes, he can. Blast Cones himself out, but the dragon goes to Jolly Roger. A turret to Malevolent, but a good amount of kills. Big chunk of gold going to Jolly Roger as well. Importantly, 19GG picking up one of those for himself.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Malevolent is still ahead in that goal, but they're still, I mean, JR's still relevant in this, right? That was a beautiful, like, team fight there. I think Troopsy got a little cocky getting that T2, you know, great gold, but at what cost, right?
Yeah, I thought that the movement speed would be enough to get him out. As you see, maybe another team fight breaking out over another tower overextension tomorrow. TPing in behind them. We'll see if he can hit the sides. We should have 19 GG stunned up. Use the spell shield already. Flashed out though. We'll see. Can't escape the super mega death rocket. Coin flip has hit. Mega Gnar has the ult if he wants it. Pazanski coming in from the back has the immovable ultimate. We'll see. Hekawim goes in on him. Polymorph down. Can't really find much else in there. A little out of damage without Buckby here. JR gonna back off, losing their 80 carry. It's the same thing that just happened to Malevolent.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I would have definitely reset after that fight, but again, I think we're just becoming so desperate to get some of those towers back, to get some sort of edge instead of just taking the safe route and going back, refreshing our mana, refreshing our health, and you know, coming back at these fights fresh. I think as well too, it's to note that Malevolent did kind of play it safe towards the end there. I think they could have gotten another kill, but Troopsy did not want to be cocky, it seemed like, in that.
Yeah, potentially they could have, but I think this is the reason they didn't want to, right? They know that, look, if JR backs off, we can get a tower out of this. We have Rift Herald. That's tier 2 cracked in the top lane, and Otacon is up there. They're sending all 5 members up here to secure this Otacon. They're still going to get a ton, even though they didn't push up in that fight. Zansky and Reximus in the jungle now. They're going to see if they can walk up and contest this. Wow, Malevolent not actually starting the Otacon, kind of just setting a trap. The blue orb will sweep it out, though. They know that they're not on the Otacon. They might not know that they're in the area. Oh, this is a dangerous spot for Pazanski. And he knows it. They don't have vision on anyone. He doesn't want to walk up. Yeah, his spidey senses are tingling on the Amumu there. Doesn't want to walk up and hit the ward. Really well played from Pazanski. We've seen that too much in the first 2 games, right? Malevolent setting traps and JR walking into their hands. So really good restraint there. Not falling for the bait.
That Volibear was whispering in his ear, "Don't go into the bush."
The voices of the champions he played in the first 2 games. Coin flip under a little pressure here in the top lane, but he's playing Gnar. He's fairly safe. Gold lead about 3,500 for Malevolent. Mostly coming out of the back of these towers. They have 4 towers to 1. A lot of that is from Hades, right? This guy has been so effective on the Scion in game 2 and now in game 3 on the split push. He gets so much work done. They put him now in the bot lane. Gonna see if he can grab that bot tower. Dragon up in about a minute. Still posturing over Otacon here, though, but I have to imagine the dragon will be the main point of focus. JR already on 2, looking to get to Soul Point. So now starting up the Otacon, we'll see. Does JR want to contest this? Otacon dropping pretty fast, but it's not the fastest objective to take. Buckby's here, Pazanski's here as well. The bot lane a little slow. No teleport from Hades, though. Wow, they may have just sort of leashed the Otacon for JR, but it's going to heal up a lot. Buckby maybe walking in a little too deep. Doesn't get stunned up, but the Pantheon jumps out just in time. But look what Malevolent's doing on the other side of the map. Hades is going to get the bot tier 1 by himself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think they have a lot of options right now because they are somewhat in the gold lead here with the 3K lead, just about, maybe a little more. And it is from those towers, right? So I think they're just kind of trying to see if they can do the things that they've done before, right? Getting those team wipes and really trying to close this out. But I mean, JR's kind of just being really safe there. I was surprised Buckby got out of that. That was I was sweating a little bit for him.
Yeah, walked up a little far. Feeling pretty safe on the Ari with the Spirit Rush, though. And importantly, 19GG picked up another solo tower for himself in the mid lane there. So actually an even trade of gold on the exchange. Malevolent maybe thought they could sneak the Otacon, weren't quite able to get it. Coin flip, pushed back by the Seismic Shove. But important to note, does not have the Mega Gnar for this fight. It just ran out. He is exhausted. Won't be able to charge that Gnar bar back up for a little bit. Lightbringer chunked out pretty heavy from 19GG, though. Dragon chasing him down into the bush as well. First setup on the objective does go to JR, and as we know, that's been so important in the series, right? If you can get to the objective first, if you can clear out the vision, if you can control these brushes, you often tend to secure it. Coin flip gonna try to push out the mid wave. It did get pushed in a little bit on them though, but they're just chasing him down. Pazanski almost has a bandage toss. Tamara forced to flash out on the Talia, chunk to half health just from the bouncing blades. They're gonna turn around, they're gonna run right back to the Dragon. Coin flip has the Gnar bar exactly where he wants it, and Buckby hits a hero charm on the Lightbringer, grabs them a pick that might just secure them their third Dragon of the game.
Yeah, I think that was really smart of them, you know, because I think they were worried about, okay, they're just going to siege more towers, right? We got to chunk them out. We got to make them go back, and then we can take our objective. So really smart play, I think, by Jolly Rogers there.
Yeah, this is sort of the exact same situation we saw in the last game, actually. Malevolent taking a lot of towers around the map. JR stacking up the Dragons, hitting 3 while their opponent is at just 1, making that all-important soul fight even more of a looming threat, right? That's going to be in 5 minutes. Now, the important thing is going to be, can we farm up? Can we get more items before that fight? How strong can you possibly be when the soul fight arrives?
Yeah, too, and Atacon's still up as well, and that seems to be probably an important piece, I think, for both teams, right? I think if Malevolent gets it, it kind of becomes another situation we've seen in the last 2 games, but if JR gets it, might have a different outcome, I believe, potentially.
Yeah, Otacon could be a huge swing in like effective gold, especially in the XP that it gives, and the value of the petals is really high. It goes down a little bit later into the game as there are just less petals on the map a lot of the time, but the Otacon's still sitting there. We're only 25 minutes in. Baron has spawned as well, so I expect to see these teams sticking around the top side of the map for the next couple of minutes until that dragon spawns. You have to feel, if you're JR, though, yes, you're down like 3,000 gold or so, but you're feeling really good. 19GG is fed. He has got his items. He's actually up in gold over Troopsy, despite those early kills that were given to the Jinx. Up in XP as well, because he's gotten 2 solo towers for himself. So if he can complete that third item, which he should absolutely be able to by the time of the next dragon, this Sivir will be melting people.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir is a powerhouse. I love playing her, and especially into Jinx as well too. You know, as long as 19GG just doesn't get caught out, I think we've seen a lot of that in this series where we're just by ourselves greeting for that CS, trying to get an edge, and it kind of bites him in his butt. But he's played really safe, I think, this game as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. And something that helps a lot with that I want to shout out is Reximus playing the Melio, right? The ability to cleanse your teammate there, get him out of danger. And there's not insane amounts of guaranteed CC on the side of Malevolent as, hold up, screw analysis. Malevolent started the Baron. They're going to try to rush it down before JR can even get here, and it looks like it's going to work. 4 men strong on the Baron. Tomorrow walking up, see if he can get the Weaver's wall down. They're looking for maybe a pick onto the Amumu. They're trying to turn this off into a fight. Yeah, they've completely turned off the Baron. They're letting it reset, trying to get a pick onto Pazanski. Bandage toss in, hits a huge Amumu ultimate. Hits 3, though. Lightbringer taken low. Hekawim taken low as well. Trying to channel the ultimate and get out of there, but JR is wiping them off the map. Troopsy picks up a reset. Pazanski flashes forward, misses the second bandage toss, though. Troopsy with the range advantage here, though, getting excited. That's 2 stacks. That's 3 stacks for the Jinx. Wow, Troopsy swings the team fight all the way back in favor of Malevolent. JR was so close to a huge victory there, but pushed up their lead a little too far.
Yeah, that's just the Jinx effect, you know. Like I say, once she gets that reset, and especially when so many people were low there, you just have to back. You have to respect. You have to back off, or this is the exact thing that happens, right? That Excite is just so powerful. But I mean, 19GG was just insane, chunking him out like that. Holy.
Yeah, and it's disaster for Jolly Roger Black Pearl. Look how much they're losing off of this. They lose a tier 3, almost an inhib. Troopsy gets another huge influx of cash. That next dragon spawning up soon will still be the big fight, but the gold lead has ballooned out to almost 6,000 1,000 for Malevolent. JR had the angle, but Pizanski just a little too aggressive, flashes over to try and catch Troopsy with that second charge of the bandage toss, and ends up trading a little too much for it.
Yeah, I think that was a bit ambitious on the jungler's part there. Unfortunate. Yeah, maybe they'll respect, hopefully, in the future, but I don't know. I think that Troopsy being on Jinx is just kind of, it's a scary thing to see, but also Sivir is quite scary, and I, again, think that that was a huge part of the last team fight, why they were starting to turn in JR's favor for that. So hopefully we're not too far behind on 19GG's part. Maybe he might be able to swing something. ADC, powerhouse.
Yeah, our season MVP 19GG still doing okay in the gold department. We can see that he's down about the amount of gold of an Executioner's Calling, right? So about 800 gold, but Executioner's not maybe the most effective this game. Not a crazy amount of healing on the side of JR. Emilio does a little, Gnar does a little. Sivir will do some later, but doesn't have a Bloodthirst or anything like that yet. So maybe not the most effective use of that gold lead for Troopsy. So 19GG probably feeling pretty okay about his strength going into the team fight. But it kind of all comes down to this. If JR takes another big team fight and loses it again, the game will probably just end on the spot.
Yeah, I agree. Waiting to see
both
here.
teams.
It looks like. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, it's just seeing both teams posturing around, but it's so tense. You can feel it. Coin Flip and Hades trading a little on the bot side, but Malevolent has that ever important first setup on the Dragon. Pizanski had a little bit of a flank angle, gets spot out. Good ward from Hades there. It's not the end of the world if JR gives over this Dragon, but they may think that if they give this Dragon, they could lose the game before the next one spawns, right? Malevolent obviously wouldn't be very close to Soul, but God, both teams you can see so scared dancing around this objective.
Yeah, personally, if I were me, if I were JR, I would honestly give this and try to get those towers sieged. Try to go and get some more gold and try to get ahead, right? Like those seem more important.
Yeah, but not willing to give it. Buckby gets caught out on vision there. A phenomenal unstoppable onslaught from Hades catches him in the middle of the Spirit Rush, and that might just force them to give over the Dragon. Pizanski could look for a steal, but nope. They're going to be smart about it. Pull the Dragon out of the pit. Coin Flip gets chunked on the bot side of the fight as well. JR, going to pull off the Dragon, give the second one to MVE. No big deal. You lost a kill. But here's the tricky part. Malevolent's moving to Baron.
Oh, yes. Or Atacon, maybe. Probably Baron. I think honestly they should have honestly transitioned up. If I were JR, I would have gone for that Atacon and traded, opposite sides there. Would have been a lot better play, I think, by them. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think maybe they thought they couldn't secure it in time without Buckby. We see Malevolent chunking the Baron down to half already. It is melting down. Buckby teleporting in. They want to contest this. They know they cannot afford to give over this Dragon. Coin Flip in a good spot on the Narbar. Unstoppable Onslaught again goes out. Hades trying to find a pick before the start of the fight, but can't quite find Pizanski. Buckby gets out with the Spirit Rush as well. Malevolent bit off a little more than they can chew. Gonna have to back out. Can JR get anything off the back of this if they have to reset? Can they take the Otacon for themselves? Looks like no, they don't think so. They have to just push out the mid wave. Bit of an aggressive teleport angle there from Tomorrow, though. We'll see if he pays for it. Coin Flip, nah, still doesn't have the Mega Gnar, though. Not able to CC him down. Teleports into the mid lane, clears that wave out, but the river control, back to Jolly Roger.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent play, and Atacon kind of played for JR for a moment there. That little swipe kind of chunked down a few of them there, so they kind of had to respect that, I guess.
Honorary E-sub for Jolly Roger Black Pearl, Thornbound Atacon. As you see, they're just gonna. We'll take any players we can get to make this series a little more competitive, as it is quite competitive. This game's still anyone's to take. Malevolent Esports up again about 5,000 or so gold, most of that off the back of the 6 towers to their name, but 3 dragons for Jolly Roger could even that out any second. Next dragon up in 3 minutes. Baron and Otacon still spawn on the top side of the map, but neither team willing to commit too hard to them. They know that if they get wiped, the game could swing in either direction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trembling here. I'm curious if it's going to be a 3-0 or if we're going to have something on the board for JR.
Yeah, but what we've seen so far this series is that Malevolent is incredibly clutch in these late game team fights, right? They know how to play. They can get these resets for Troopsy. They can keep him safe. Aggroed up the Baron, I think accidentally with Runeans there. Just trying to clear out some vision from the Baron pit. Set up their control over the objective. This is what they've been so good at all series. Setting up objectives. They clear the waves, they push together, they clear out vision together. They're always moving as a 5-man unit. Again, that's the advantage of not having E-subs on your team. Playing with the same people you've been playing with all season, but they're going to take a reset before the Dragon.
Yeah, definitely a hard spot for JR to come back from, but I don't think it's quite over yet. Hopefully, we'll see some sort of mistake here. My senses are tingling that a mistake is about to be made somewhere. So, on which
You were
side,
right last time.
I'm not fully sure where yet. So, and that Atacon is still up too, and I just feel like that's going to be kind of the determining factor maybe in this. Not even Baron, just the Atacon potentially.
Yeah, I could see it. Otacon sitting there taunting them as 19GG has recalled, looking to purchase another item. Wrexham is maybe a little caught out by Tamara here. Seismic Shove not going to come through, though. Weaver's Wall going in a bit in too deep. Zansky in with the Amumu ultimate, stuns down Tamara. Tamara going to fall really quickly. Buckbeat gets a shutdown. Immediate reset on the Spirit Rush. Just teleport in from Hades. Might not go the way he wants it. 2 quick, easy kills for JR. Now they've got complete control of the map. Hades, Heckoim, and Troopsy forced to back off, running for their lives as JR has their eyes set on the Baron.
Yeah, I think that was an excellent play. And you can see, too, the way that fight went. JR kind of stepped back there for a moment. They thought about going in. They thought about trying to go for that wipe, but they really stepped back there, and I think that was the move.
Wow, Malevolent looks like they want to contest this unstoppable onslaught in from Hades. He's trying to chunk out the Mumu, but Heckoim and Troopsy all on their own on the other side of the fight. Coinslip hits a huge gnar! Brings him back into the whole team. Hades is on his own. Can't even charge up the decimating smash when they needed him most. Coin flip comes through for Jolly Roger Black Pearl. They wipe Malevolent off the map. They're going to take the Baron. They're probably going to get the Dragon as well. A huge swing for Jolly Roger.
Wow, incredible. I'm not super sure why they tried to contest that there. I mean, they had that advantage, but now this really does put JR back on the map, right? So, I don't know. Bit ambitious, I'd say.
Yeah, a bit of a desperation play there, too. And this whole thing came off the back of a snap engage that was also too ambitious from Tomorrow, right? Something Malevolent have been good at doing this game is setting up for objectives and then snap engage and getting a pick and securing the objective that way. But they went a little too far for it. Tomorrow, Weaver's Wall into 5 members, gets caught out. Hades ults in on the Baron pit there, gets caught out. And now, yes, Malevolent's here at the objective first, but the gold lead has vanished in an instant. Gold pretty much dead, even Jolly Roger walking up to the objective first. Hades still dead for another 10 seconds and doesn't have teleport.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty free dragon for these guys. And is this their soul? Looks like it might be their soul.
It is. This is Ocean Soul for Jolly Roger Black Pearl Super Mega Death Rocket. Not gonna find the steal. A huge swing for Jolly Roger. Remember, Dragon Soul worth roughly 5,000 or so gold in stats. Ocean Soul being one of the stronger ones as well. So JR has completely come back. They're ahead now, and there's so much standing gold left on the map for them to claim. All of the tier 2s are up. Tier 1 topside is still up for them as well. This gold lead, I think, is just gonna kind of expand from here for JR, or excuse me, they're going to take a gold lead and expand it there for JR as, like, team fights are gonna be really tough. Wow, Buckbeat dashing in with a Spirit Rush again, finds another insane pick onto Troopsy with the charm. Hits it, gets out with a perfectly timed Zonias as well. Tomorrow, seeing what he can do with those rocks. Hades is in the backline, hits the decimating smash, but the Gnar so strong. The Amumu ult, there is just so much CC on the side of JR. Flash out from Hades, Lightbringer taken really low as well, but the carries are down. They can push in. They might be able to take at least an inhib, but they might go for the win.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't get too ambitious here. Honestly, that Ocean Soul is just so crazy strong, right? And I think maybe Troopsy kind of like saw the future on that one, buying that Executioner, you know, going in for that anti-heal. Honestly.
Knew they were going to get soul, but yeah, look at this JR pushing up. They want to end the game right here. They know they need this win. Backs against the wall, and they have been performing. They're melting down these towers. Sivin put it up so much damage. Heckoim falls. Hades going to fall next. Lightbringer forced to run, and the Nexus goes down. We are going to game 4. JR keeping us in the series.
Holy moly, JR. Wow. See, I told you, never doubt JR. They are beasts, man. They're beasts, and it's like they're like a phoenix coming back from the ashes, man. It's just an amazing team to watch, honestly. And quite frankly, I think after the 2 losses before that, to come back and have and honestly, I thought potentially they were gonna lose this one too, and then just to come back completely and take it like that. I mean, what confidence? What mental strength?
Exactly, an incredible feat of mental resilience from Jolly Rogers. Black Pearl taking the victory in game 3. A lot off the back of like really strong snap engages from Kazansky and pumping out the damage on the back of it as well. Jolly Rogers takes us to 2-1 in the series. Remember, it's best of 5. Still, they lose one game, they're going to be out, but Jolly Rogers fighting back the best they can. We're going to go to another quick break. Stay tuned. We're not going to bed yet. Game 4 coming up. Welcome back to the Gladiator League Grand Finals. If you missed it, Game 4 was a complete banger, back and forth team fighting between our two teams here. But Jolly Rogers Black Pearl did come out on top, evening up the series a tiny bit, still 2-1 to Malevolent Esports on match point. Tate, how you feeling?
I am a nervous wreck. I thought we were open, close, shut, done at game 3. I mean, it was really starting to look like that. You know, we were halfway through the game, and you know, I wasn't fully convinced, but I was pretty convinced. And then they just boom, snowballed crazy. So yeah, I'm really impressed. I don't know how game 4 is gonna go, but I know JR is going into it excited.
Absolutely they are. And you also have to imagine, actually, they probably found out in between that last game and now that 19GG is the season MVP, right? Like, that was something they didn't know going into that last game. And so we'll have to see if that newfound, look, we won a game, I'm the MVP, like, we're the better team, we can do this. We'll see if that sort of carries them into a game 4 victory. The momentum of something like this in a series like this, in a best of 5, can't be overstated. So Jolly Rogers going to be looking to complete the reverse sweep here, but they got to win 2 more games to do it. Malevolent has been looking very clean. Even in that last game, it was lost mostly off the back of like 1 or 2 overextensions. They were pretty in control up to that point.
Yeah, I know. And it's quite impressive on JR's part as well, too, that they've, you know, over the course of these couple of games, really started to get into a flow of things.
Yeah, absolutely. They're starting to find their synergy as a team really difficult because, again, if you're just joining us, this team, Jolly Rogers Black Pearl, has 2 emergency subs on the team today. Pazanski and Reximus, not normally team members here, stepping in for the day and stepping up in that last game. It was by far Reximus's best game. It was probably Pazanski's best game in the series as well. Really stepping up for their team when it's most needed. The Jinx is banned this time. Troopsy put in a lot of work on the pick in the last game. Smolder banned again. I know you wanted to see it, but gone probably for the rest of the series. What do we think is the first pick here for Jolly Rogers?
Oh, I'm not super sure. I would say probably they got a pick for 19GG. He's the powerhouse, right? Oh, no, Dari again.
Yeah, going back with the RA, Buckbeat did look really good on it in the last game. Got a lot of picks, especially towards the later parts of the game. They were doing the thing that we've seen Malevolent do all series, right? They were setting up for objectives, finding picks. We're running back the mid lane matchup completely, though. Tomorrow says, hey, I was winning that lane. I was up CS. I was pushing you in on the Talia. I was finding those picks early. I'm going to keep playing it. We're okay with this matchup. Sivir, this time traded. Malevolent will take it from Troopsy.
Oh Oh no, I see what we're doing here. We're doing the trading thing. Tristana back and forth, Sivir back and forth. I see what we're doing here. Oh.
I like it. I'm gonna be honest, I like it. Varus, in my humble opinion, I think is the strongest ADC on the patch, and the last patch on the patch before that, probably the whole year. And a Mumu back in the hands of Zansky put in a lot of really good work on the engages with it last game. I like where we're going. Varus, now it does need to be said, not quite the team fight monster that Sivir was for them last game, right? Varus gonna struggle a little bit to put out the DPS. When you go on hit, can do the damage, but maybe not to the extent of Sivir, but has the opportunity, if he wants, to go lethality and look for those picks alongside Arya.
Yeah, and I see too that they've taken that Milio. Kind of feel bad a little bit for JR. That was really good, I think, for Reximus. He felt very comfortable on that, I think. So, not sure what they're going to pair that Varus with since that is gone. But yeah, I agree. Varus is very, very strong. There's a lot of lockdown on this team right now, so excited to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I think that can take a little pressure off of Reximus, and maybe you can go for something a little more lane dominant as a pick, right? You've picked Varus into Sivir. Sivir pushes lane very well, yes, doesn't crush lane, doesn't crush 2v2. Varus does. Varus is a strong early game AD carry, and so maybe they can pick up a support that leans into that a little bit. But Malevolent sticking to their guns on red side. This is what we saw game 1, this is what we saw game 3. They are saving their counter pick for Hades. That's Sejuani back in the hands of Ekkoim. Ooh, and a Janna for Reximus. We're sticking with the enchanters, going a little disengage here, though.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting draft here, Con. I mean, it's looking pretty solid so far. And the Ornn, okay.
All right, Ornn as a pickup for coin flip. I don't mind it, just trying to neutralize this top matchup as much as they can. Actually, I thought Ornn was banned. Maybe the ban was incorrect. Not 100% sure, but Lightbringer locking in the Gwen for Hades at the end there. Okay, it is an Ornn pick. The Ornn ban was displayed incorrectly. So Ornn is the pick for coin flip in top lane, trying to get the matchup as neutral as possible, but Hades on the Gwen this time might be putting the hurt on him. I think putting Hades back on the carry is probably the right decision for Malevolent.
It worked that first game, right? And it really did kind of affect, I think, the flow of the team as well, too. Those top laners, I mean, yes, top island, it's its own thing, but when it gets into that late game, they really start making an appearance and their importance as well, too. So, yeah, I think this is definitely going to be something centered around the top lane matchup for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Malevolent can play through Hades the way they did in game 1 when he was facing against the Gwen. Maybe we'll see it have more of an effect this time. But Jolly Rogers, they're looking to get some picks, right? Ari wants it, Amumu wants it, Varus wants it, but I will say a lot of your damage is in that Varus pick. 19GG is the Gladiator League MVP, though, so can he step up and bring us to a game 5, force us to play that Silver Scrapes? We're about to find out. Game 4 is here. Don't go anywhere. We are loading up onto the Rift for another action-packed game.
He can do it for
Vancouver
that
Amumu once again.
Is it
Yeah.
really? It is.
I think so.
Oh, Reximus is here. Hello.
Shout
Nice
out
to see
Canada.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, as you were saying, Tate, I forgot to mention also there is a burrito on the line for 19GG. Screw
Really?
MVP. Screw winning
Yeah.
the split. This man a burrito.
So true. So true. Varus is a powerhouse. My gay icon, for sure.
Yeah, Varus is one of the power picks we've seen a lot in the higher stages of competitive, right? He's been pretty much pick ban game 1 of Fearless the entire year, most of last year as well in Tier 1 Esports. So happy to see it pulled out here. We'll see if 19GG can use it. Well, I'm interested to see what kind of build he goes. I have to imagine it's on hit, but lethality not bad either. I'll be interested to see where he goes.
Yeah, I mean, he took lethal tempo, so it could go either way, I think. For me
Yeah, it does tend to be the
personally,
on hit rune.
Yeah, I would say probably on hit. I don't think lethality here is very smart when you've got somebody like Hecko Job and then, Gwen. I mean, that's just you really need to go on hit. You got to get close. You got to do a lot of damage over a period of time, sustain, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also a lot to do with looking at his own team comp and saying, okay, who is going to deal sustained damage on this team if not me? It's definitely not Ari. It's definitely not a Mumu. It's definitely not Ornn, right? Who we see Ornn been chunked out heavily in the top side. Something that they had going for them last game that they don't have this game is a safe, neutralized top matchup, right? Gnar into Sion. Was he winning the lane? No. But was he getting smashed in the lane? No, right? He was going decently even, enough into Sion, enough that he could play the game in the team fights, right? That may not be the case this game. Coinflip may just get shoved in and chunked out a little too much. We'll have to see, although importantly, for the first time since the first game, both junglers are pathing in the same direction, pathing bot to top. They couldn't meet each other at this top lane Scuttle Crab.
And they could.
Love to see as we look at the bot lane here. Push should be in the favor of Malevolent pretty much the whole game. Sivir pushes the wave so effectively as we saw last game. Both teams hitting level 3 though, trading pretty evenly in farm. 19 GG down just a touch, not enough to matter. Hades got a cheater recall off actually, importantly, after the first 3 waves. Well, cheater recall come back to lane with a couple of items, gonna get that CS lead going. And Heckoim actually canceling the recall of Coinflip, going to be a little annoying. First tempo moving down onto the Scuttle Crab as well. Does Psansky want to contest? He does, not going to get it. Heckoim secures it with the smite and the permafrost. Now, can he get out? He absolutely can. Does he want to? Yep,
I
he
would.
does.
I would.
Yeah, it seems like it would be a little aggressive with the Ornn walking down, but I have to imagine Coinflip actually lost probably a good amount of XP here. He delayed his recall by quite a long time to help his jungler out of that pinch, so gonna be down even further to the Gwen.
Yeah, I don't know. That top lane is looking a little weak on the JR side. Hopefully he can even that out just a little bit, because you're right. I mean, he was present last game. I don't think he's going to be very present this game, not until much later anyways, so who knows really how that Gwen's going to play out, right? So, because she is definitely going to be a problem, I think, later on.
Yeah, one of the big power picks of the current patch as well, Gwen. Really, really strong in the side lane, decent enough in team fights, pushes the towers really, really well. As we see snipping on a coin flip a little there, getting a little damage in. Did buy the Null Magic Mantle immediately, though, so coin flip going for items that will, as we said, neutralize this top lane matchup. Try not to win, but to lose less hard.
Yeah. It'd be like that sometimes in those top matchups. And I think he's doing okay. I mean, we're 5 minutes in and he hasn't died, so that's awesome. We love that.
Hey, that's a good start. Keep it up for another 10 and we got a game.
Yeah, exactly.
So trading actually not very evenly in the bot lane here on farm. 19 GG down about 10 already off the first couple of waves. Pretty big lead for Troopsy there. That's what you want to see. Did go Cull on the Sivir, though, realizes that, hey, this game's going to be a lot like last game, not a lot of early action. I could go Cull. I can farm up. We're not looking to fight.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of hard for Varus to farm into something like Sivir, right? She's just got so much push. She's got so much range on him. I mean, yes, he's got his arrow there, but really, truly, you're just trying to play it a little safe when you're farming as Varus. Because, yeah, he can get chunked out so fast, and especially by Sivir's Q. Holy.
Yeah, I think does a surprising amount of damage, and look at the repercussions of a pushing bot lane. Malevolent's fundamentals are on point as always. They secure the first dragon, Infernal Drake, for themselves at only 6 minutes, solely off the back of a strong pushing bot lane.
Oh, yes, here. Mid lane's kind of been a little quiet as well, too. I feel like there was a lot more action or trading in the mid lane last game as well, and it feels like they're kind of playing it a little safe as well.
Yeah, maybe a little more comfortable with the matchup, too, you know what I mean? They just played it last game. That's the only matchup that's completely mirrored from last game. They're like, yeah, we know what's going on here. We're not going to lose this, although Psansky maybe a little caught out in the enemy jungle, up a little far, although Hades taken quite low by Coinflip. It has level 6 way before the Ornn coming in here, but Buckbee actually on a great roam up here with the Spirit Rush almost gets Hades down, has one more charge left of the ultimate, gonna use it to get out. Hekawim might be in a little too deep here. Weaver's Wall coming in. Tomorrow is here to clean it up, though. First blood goes to the Sejuani. Hades escapes with his life.
Holy, I was a little nervous for Malevolent there for a moment. That looked really poor until I think who was it there? Hekawim kind of came in with his W there. Oh, he's going for a dive too. My goodness.
Q flash from Hekawib secures him the kill. He will go down to the Ari as well, though. Not going to give the kill over to the Amumu, but 2 kills to 1 for Malevolent. Strong start using the roaming power of the Talia. Hades was level 6 for that whole fight, and Coinflip was not. But at the end of the day, 2 for 1. Not the end of the world if you're Jolly Rogers.
No, but that's a bit disheartening, I think. That fight was going really well for them, and then it kind of slipped out of their hands really, really fast. So hopefully they're just gathering their nerves again. As we've seen, they've got great mental, so hopefully they will be able to make a better pick here in a moment.
Oh, Lightbringer just falls 100-0 so quickly. Was trying to freeze the wave for Troopsy, but overstepped. Really just overestimated the amount of healing he would have from that cozy campfire. 19GG picks up an easy kill on the bot side, but back up top, Hekawim is here again. They are here to make Coinflip's life misery. They know what's winning for them this game, and it is going to be the Gwen. Now looking for a dive on the bot side. Reximus, while flashing in with the ultimate, does connect with the Q from the Varus. Flash and barrier used from Troopsy. Can he get out? He can. Melio is here just in time. Now turning it back on the hunt. Pushing into Reximus. Oh, but Amumu's here. Pazanski, can he find the kill onto Troopsy? Not quite, but gonna push him off the tower. Whoop, Reximus died to
tower shot. It was the tower shot. Yeah, I don't think their wave was pushed up and just walked boldly right past that tower.
Bit of a tragedy there for Reximus as Lightbringer trying to force Pazanski off the ground. Pazanski may have overstayed his welcome a little bit. Oh, but gets in onto Troopsy. Hits the bandage toss onto a minion. Can he get out? No. Gonna get hit by the seismic shove, but found the kill onto the Sivir. Gonna deny another full wave of XP to the bot laner there. Hades actually teleported down here looking for the flank, but didn't find anything. Gonna recall and run back right up to the top lane. So a little bit of wasted tempo from Malevolent and a decent play from Pazanski.
Yeah, I don't think that was a total loss for JR in that. I think that was kind of a smart play by them, right? You get that ADC out of that lane, gives Varus plenty of time to come back and get that XP, and, well, for Sivir to not get that, right? So, and that's so important, especially in games like this, right? And definitely Varus is going that on hit, so it's going to be massive damage down there by him.
Yeah, with an early lead too. This is where you want your Varus to be. I mean, I was kind of intrigued earlier. I know that Sivir gets the early push in pretty much every bot lane matchup, if not literally every bot lane matchup. But picking Varus is normally something you do when you want a strong early game bot lane, right? When you want to contest those early Drakes, and they gave away that early Drake for free. But now getting the kill into 19GG from the overextension by the Melio, getting a couple kills, denying some waves to Troopsy, right? The Varus is now absolutely a threat. He is a champion who is online from 1 item, not 3. Right, you're going to look to play around this Varus in the early game as much as you can. Lightbringer, maybe a little too far up here. Varus does have the Chains of Corruption available. Melio doesn't have the ability to cleanse himself yet. Gonna walk out just fighting a little around the vision.
Yeah, and I think Reximus is kind of on comfort. I guess I didn't really look at their champ pool before this game, but that mechanical play, even in between those 2 turrets, was just kind of incredible. Using the ult to pin Troopsy up against the wall, I mean, that was crazy. So, I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a problem for Troopsy and Lightbringer.
Yeah, a little skirmishing here in the top lane. Both teams using their ultimates. But Hades, snipping Coinflip down, wins these extended trades. Oh, and Tomorrow's here on the roam as well. Hits the seismic shove. Great W from the Ornn, able to stop it for a second. Stuns up Hades under the tower, but Hekawim was tanking it up. The Void Grubs also coming in clutch there, keeping the tower from hitting Hades. A nice dive on the top lane, but the trade, cross-map play, very good from JR, gonna secure themselves their first Drake on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, every time there's some sort of drop or play made by Malevolent, we're seeing that JR is responding in proper ways now, right? Where they're making that play down bottom for that dragon. It is unfortunate that Coinflip is kind of getting the treatment up top, but I think he's got good mental. I mean, he really wasted their time staying alive that long. It was pretty great to see.
Yeah, absolutely did. Secures his team, the Dragon, by living for that long. He is, like you said, getting the treatment. He's got a bit of the short end of the stick here. He's being weak-sided, right? Pazanski has not been top once. Hekawim seems to live in the top lane. But that's just how these teams want to play this game out, right? That's how they're seeing this matchup here. They're saying, look, we want to play through Varus. You want to play through Gwen. That's okay. As wow, Hades might actually fall. Coin flip flashes in. Hits him with the Q. Bonks him on the head with the brittle proc. Hades overstayed his welcome, greeting for some plates, and coin flip evens that matchup right back up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like there's kind of been a bit of underestimation in that top lane since coin flip has kind of struggled a little bit tonight. So it's great to see him kind of get a solo kill as well too. That'll bring his confidence up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Rexmus putting on the jukes here, seeing if he can escape the team. Oh, gets clipped by the seismic shove just at the end. 3-man tornado, not going to be quite enough to keep him out there. Was in a little too deep, setting up wars. But yeah, I completely agree. I do think Malevolent may be underestimating JR a touch, although I'll hold my words for a second as the Glacial Prison goes a little wide. So does the seismic shove. 3-man ultimate for Pazanski, though, and here comes the Ahri trying to see if he can get more damage on the back. Not quite enough. Seismic shove hits again. Pazanski, oh, catches the bandage toss onto Tomorrow Charm, connects as well. Buckby picks up a shutdown onto the enemy Talia, but Talia picked up the kill onto Amumu as well. Woo, the game's getting a little bloody. Both teams are scrapping.
Yeah, I mean, I think Buckby really needed that, right? He's kind of a little bit behind, and that powerhouse of Talia is just so oppressive, and roaming with Hekawim as well. So I think that was really great for Buckby.
Yeah, coin flip did importantly roam down for that play, which allowed Hades to take the entire tier 1 turret for himself. Trying to see if he can catch a solo kill on the coin flip as well. Can't quite get it. And now maybe up too far. We'll see if Pazanski can make it happen again if the Gwen overextended. Or if he's able to just run this one off. Bandage toss. Oh, just barely doesn't find the minions. I think that'll be it. Won't be able to catch up to the Gwen there. Solo tower gold is important for the Gwen in this matchup. Getting very far ahead. We got to check back in with our bot lane here too, right? We haven't heard much from him in the last couple of minutes, but Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. You got to imagine they'll be there for the fight.
Yep, and it looks like 19GG's got his Bork, so it's definitely going to be a bit more of a problem in these fights, right? And we do have Yuntals, but again, Sivir is kind of one of those champs that needs more than one item to really be relevant in fights, and especially against Varus. I mean, I think JR is still in this, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. The gold lead is importantly about 3,000 in favor of Malevolent, but Varus on the one item spike, as you pointed out, I would argue significantly stronger than Sivir on the one item power spike. Yuntal not the strongest of first items compared to Bork, which does a really surprising amount of damage, especially at early levels. So Varus sitting pretty, looking to fight this next dragon, but the topside pressure is going to be a bit of an issue, right? If Malevolent say, hey, you guys take the dragon, you group for this dragon, we're taking a top tier 2, that would be a little tough for JR to deal with. Now, importantly, Coinflip is up a level on Hades here in the top side, and Pazanski's here. They might try and look for something, but Hades has a ward. He'll back off, play quite respectfully. Hekawim is in the area as well as Pazanski's going in. Lands the bandage toss, not using the ultimate just yet. Actually doesn't have it quite up. Hekawim is here as well on the Sejuani. Pazanski may have bitten off a little more than he could chew. Falling down on the Amumu. Hades dashes out, starts hitting him with the needlework. Coin flip, gonna try his best to run out of this one, but I think Hekawim might just have his number. Pazanski over aggressive, gonna cost them. Yeah, looks like 2 lives on the side of JR's. Coin flip, running for the hills, trying his best to get back to the tier 2 tower. Hekawim, oh, canceled an auto attack at the last second. No!
Hey, coin flip. Really flipping the trade on that one. Flipping, yeah.
Yeah, he is true to his name. He is flipping a coin in these matchups saying, will I live, will I die? I don't know, but I will be fighting. Now, that death doesn't matter too much for Hekawim, as they will get the Rift Herald either way on the side of Malevolent. Mid lane tier 1, though, may fall to the Varus. Oh, just not quite gonna fall. Rexmus may pay for it with his life. Chains of Corruption flashed away from by Troopsy. 19GG way too low now, flashing over the wall. Has to pop the barrier as well to get away from Troopsy. Really nice juke from Troopsy with the flash on the Varus ultimate. Could maybe get a tier 1 of his own.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing JR show and display their talents, right? I mean, this top lane, yes, oppressive by the Gwen, but oh my goodness, the movement on Ornn and the mechanics and the confidence as well too. When you are like a sliver of health and you're under tower, you're gonna go back in and get that? Oh my goodness. You're crazy. Crazy guy.
Yeah, playing with confidence, even with their backs against the wall, right? If they lose this game, the series is done and Malevolent will be the champions. And they know that. Hades, wow, pushing up greeting for a top tier 2. Can the Ornn find him in time to punish his overstay? I'm not sure. Has Call of the Forge God ready. Wow, flashes over the wall to get the knock-up. Hades is gonna fall again this time. Greeting just a little too hard, although maybe I'll leave it words. Nope. Call of the Forge God does hit him, but we got a fight down here. In the bot side of the map, the Rift Herald popped, used on the tier 1, gonna secure them the tier 2 as well. Dragon is available, but look, the Ornn is here. This is a 3v5. A 3v3, excuse me, because there's 2 down in the bot lane. Look for Tomorrow, who's gonna Weaver's Wall out of there as well. Dragon is up. Malevolent has the first move, but they are down a member. We'll see if this fight extends.
Yeah, looking at these items here, I mean, this is pretty even still. I'm curious to see exactly what they're gonna do. Got a TP in there.
Yeah, even on items, but Pazanski may have found Lightbringer, has to flash out of the Emilio, still gets hit with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Hecko him now in a little over his head, but Hades is here. This guy's got most of the gold from Malevolent. Can he get anything done? Still stuck in a 3v2. Wow, he just deletes the Varus. Although Varus does get all of his damage off before he dies, but Hades is snipping through JR. Gets a triple kill for himself on the Gwen there. Buckby and Wrexham is gonna have to run for the hills. Hades TP's in and shows us why he's got the gold. This guy, I think you can tell by the way he's playing aggressively this game, maybe a little salty he didn't make first team All-Pro.
I would be. I mean, honestly, it is kind of it's kind of difficult, you know. You're in playoffs. You're part of a team that has come a long ways and definitely very deserving of some recognition, and then just not to have any. I mean, I don't know. I'd be mad too. So
look, all the recognition they need is winning this game and becoming the Gladiator League champions, and they are on their way to do it. 12-8 in favor of Malevolent. They are up about 5,000 gold, actually almost exactly 5,000 gold. This dragon though is still up. It would be both teams' second dragon. Both teams posturing around it. First move is to JR. They have control of the vision in the river, but as we've seen, Hades on a flank, something like that could be really powerful. He's now running down from the top side, shoved in the wave real quick. Running down, they want a 5v5 for this dragon. Heckoim gonna make the first move onto Wrexham. Not able to find him though. Buckby popping the Spirit Rush as well. Sejuani Ultimate Glacial Prison goes wide, but Amumu's been clearing down the dragon this whole time. Just gonna smite, secure it, and they're gonna try their best to get out. They're going to. Malevolent can't chase anymore. They moved all 5 down here and not gonna get anything for it.
yeah, I mean, again, JR is just kind of showing their masterclass, right? Where, you know, they're being very meticulous about their plays now. They're being careful, they're being cautious, and they're looking for any edge that they can get because they need it.
Yeah, absolutely. So they do secure that tier 2 there for Malevolent. Good recognition that they had the first move from the dragon, right? They used the Weaver's Wall, actually kind of smart to block off any approach from JR. Gonna expand the gold lead a little bit more to 6,000 plus now, almost 6.5. Gonna take away a couple of jungle camps as a little bonus on their way out. But yeah, 2 dragons, really good for JR. We're seeing some good map movements from them, trying to keep the gold lead to a minimum. And you do have to mention that, like, with an Ornn on your team, the scaling war does inevitably go in your favor, right? Once Ornn starts hitting those breakpoints and gets to upgrade people's items, gets to upgrade the Bork for the Varus, the Malignants for the Ahri, the Liandries for the Amumu, those sort of things, right? When those come through, it will be really strong.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wouldn't discount just because of a 6,000 deficit on JR. They just won't give up, right?
Yeah, they really won't. Buckby maybe a little caught out. Oh, doesn't use the ultimate on the Glacial Prison there. Does get caught by Heckoim picking up another kill. Ahri did get the tower though, a little greedy, and Otacon is spawned on the top side, but Malevolent doesn't think they can go for it just yet. Hades now down to the bot side, fighting up against Coin Flip, looking to get a tower for himself. Not going to find it yet. Let's check back in with our item breakpoints here, though. It is important to note that most, if not all, everybody except support on Malevolent has hit their 2 item spike. one item only on every member of JR. That's what the gold lead looks like, right? That's where it really starts to come into effect, is when you try to take these fights and you're just down a full item on every member.
Yeah, Sivir, in my opinion, has now sort of hit her spike, right? She's got that IE, she's got that Yuntal. She's going to start feeling really bad if she starts chunking you out with that W Q combo. It's going to be rough, especially in those
Yeah.
team fights.
Absolutely, and Ginsu's not complete yet for 19. Now, 2 minutes and 30 seconds until the next dragon. I do think most of them will be able to hit their second item spike before the dragon spawns, but if Malevolent wants to make a move towards the Otacon before them, I don't know if JR has the firepower to win the team fight.
Yeah, I'd agree. If it were me, I would be moving top side, trying to secure that before Malevolent even has a chance to respond. You know, Ornn's got a TP up very soon, I think. So, you know, really trying to clear camps, get up there, get vision, and really try to hold, you know, really, I think this is going to be a turning point in the game here. Who gets that Atacon or the next dragon, right? Next objective is really going to be telling on who's going to get that upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Upper hand still pretty solidly in Malevolent's favor at the moment. The gold lead is quite large and kind of hard to ignore if you're JR, right? You press tab and you go, I don't know if we can fight this. Like, do we have to? I really don't feel stronger. Although 2 item spikes are starting to come through. Shadow Flame for the Ahri, Ginsu's for the Varus. Right? These are important items. It's going to help a lot if JR wants to contest the dragon. Hades, though, doing so much work being a nuisance on the side wave, right? We saw him do it in game 1 as well. He's so good at this. He's great at it on the Scion. His split pushing is incredible. He doesn't push up too far. He really doesn't get caught very much. And he's just keeping the Ornn pushed in at all times, really creating a second line of threat, right? Even if they don't get the objective, Hades will get a tower.
Right. And it's just so worth for them to have someone like that on their team, right? He's annoying. You have to answer him, or he's just going to keep going, and he's going to take as much as you give him, right? So yeah, it's definitely an advantage, I think, for Malevolent on that.
And it's been a big reason why JR seems like they're down in gold the whole series, right? Is when they go for a play, they never have the ability to answer Hades well. He always gets a tower. They have been up 5 towers to like 2 or 3 every single game by 25 minutes, right? They are so good at moving around the map, using cross-map pressure to secure towers for their top laner, putting that solo gold in his pocket so that when he shows up to a team fight, he's got cash in the bank, he's got items in his inventory, and he can win. Now, Dragon up in 12 seconds. Setup for the objective is in favor of Malevolent, but it does look like JR wants to fight. See both teams posturing around here, sweeping away the vision. It's a hell of a standoff, though. Great engage ultimates on the side of both teams. Call of the Forge God, very good. Glacial Prison, very good. Weaver's Wall does its work as well on the hunt for Sivir. A lot of engage potential here. We just have to see who pulls the trigger first. That's not a trigger pull. That's nothing. All the Glacial Prison going wide from Hecarim. Really important. 19GG going to walk out of there pretty much unscathed. That's a huge cooldown down for the side of Malevolent, but they still have first move on the Dragon. They're still set up for it. Can JR find the angle to pull the trigger? Hades down in bot lane still, not quite here. Looks like Buckby may have used his ultimate as well. I think that's all 3 charges of the Spirit Rush down. Call of the Forge God is here. They're ready to pull the trigger. Hades is almost here as well. Tomorrow thinks he's caught out. Flash away from the charm, though, at the very last second. Gets out of there. Oh, Pizanski hits a 3-man. A Mumu ultimate, but Hades in the back line. He is threading the needlework through, and he just does too much damage. A double kill for Troopsy, a double kill for Hades. Malevolent wins the fight.
Yeah, I mean, classic Sivir moment there, right? You just see no one is paying attention to that Sivir that's just chunking out everybody. I mean, it's just nasty. And then, of course, you've got Hades in your face, you know, slamming the scissors at your face. So, you know, I think they're just quite ahead, and they're snowballing.
Yeah, that fight was sort of just smacking him with the wallets, right? The Sejuani ult whiffed. Didn't matter at all. It looked like they were getting caught. A huge engage from Pizanski, but just the follow-up from JR wasn't there. 19GG does not have access to the backline. Got kind of caught out by Troopsy. Troopsy just melted through the fight. And the issue with JR trying to fight front to back like this is they can't kill Hades. Gwen is immune, like always. Let's see, maybe another fight gonna break out here. No, not quite. Malevolent gonna secure the bear and use the Weaver's Wall to get themselves out. 17-9, the kill lead for Malevolent, and a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, this again is becoming fast a problem for JR. They've got to do something here.
Yeah, and this is that something, right? Otacon could be their consolation prize, but can they take it in time and get out before the rest of Malevolent gets here? It looks like they probably will be able to melt it down to about 3k now in smite range, and there it goes, secured. Otacon's big. That helps JR a lot. It's going to give them a little XP, even up that gold lead just a touch, but it's not enough. Look, they got Otacon XP, and their bot laner is still down 2 levels. Their jungler's still down 2 levels.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is only prologuing potentially, a win for Malevolent. Unless there are mistakes made at this point or they're getting picks, I mean, it's pretty hard to come back from this. Gwen scales so hard, and so does Sivir. Sivir is one of the best scaling ADCs in my opinion. So, I mean, this is going to be tough for JR. They've got to play really smart, and they've got to look pretty desperately for something to be able to get that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see, this is the way they've been winning their games. Hades just burns through that tower. That thing melts in Buckbee's face, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ooh, Chains of Corruption gonna whiff a little from 19GG. Tries to catch a pick on the Hades. Hades is so good at this. He does not overextend in the side lanes. And now that they've sent so many people down to the bot lane, Malevolent wants to siege a bit in the mid lane. This is what they are so good at. They move around the map, they take towers, they expand their gold lead, and they don't overforce plays when they're ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example, right, of using that Baron, right? You don't have to go up in their face. You can just hang back with that cannon minion and let the Baron do its work, right? Half of that health on that tower is just gone.
Yeah, and look at this. Their whole team is there defending mid lane because they think that's the big siege. Hades walks up in Ahri's face, takes a tier 3, and takes the inhib. And they get the tier 3 in mid lane as well. This is what happens when you wait to pull the trigger, when you play so slow in control. But watch this. Pazanski's on the flank. This is their last ditch effort. Jolly Rogers thinks this is their last chance on the hunt. Oh, Sivir charmed up. Oh, but pops the spell shield, heals the entire health bar back up. Pazanski's on the flank, but it is too little, too late. Jolly Rogers Black Pearl has a hole in the ship, and they are sinking quickly. Malevolent Esports takes game number 4 in a decisive fashion, and Malevolent is your Gladiator League champions.
GG's in the bag. Wow. Incredible, incredible series. I'm so impressed right now.
Yeah, huge shout out to Malevolent. They have been playing so clean this whole series. A couple of slip-ups in the last game. Briefly, so briefly, but really like such clean map play from the team. Really, really great stuff here from Malevolent.
Yeah, I honestly have to say, I just think that, knowing all the guys on that team, they're so calm, they're so collected, and they work together, right? They work really well together, and Leslie works so hard with them, and they practice, and I think it just shows, right? They just won the entire thing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really crazy. You can see how much work they put in as a team, right? Their coordination is so impressive. They move around the map so well. They're really, really good at this stuff, at exploding their gold leads, at playing really safe and secure. Trying to see if we can get an interview here with Leslie, coach of Malevolent. I believe we can. Let's see if I can add him to the call here. All right, we'll make this one quick. I think he's gonna hop in just a second. Get a little bragging rights. You win the finals. I think you get a little something.
For sure.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
typing to him right now. I think he's going to join in just a second. I believe he's bringing a player along as well. I'm guessing it's Hades. He said finals MVP. And there he is. Leslie, welcome. How you feeling as the coach of the victorious Malevolent Esports?
Yeah, pretty great. Honestly, once you cut through it, it's pretty incredible to kind of get a group of guys together and go through the sit. We're a brand new org coming into the amateur league scene. We had a bunch of different, you know, problems and struggles and like redoing the roster at the beginning of the season and building a team around Hades and then like completely flipping the team towards troops and then kind of like going back towards playing around Hades as the season developed. I mean, it was absolutely great. Big shout out. I do want to say, I don't know if they actually haven't heard this yet, so I don't know if they're watching or not, but through team voting, as well as everybody we've talked to, we are going to announce Hades will be the finals MVP for this series. I think you guys would agree his performance through all 4 games was absolutely fantastic. Gwen and Renekton aside, I mean, even on the Scion tank duty, he played so well, and he 100% deserves it.
Yeah, and what I noticed so well about his play is his ability to always be pushing in a lane, always taking a tower, right? Like making it so difficult for Jolly Rogers to make any kind of play on the map because Hades was always somewhere getting more gold.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's 100% true. He probably won't talk himself up, so I got to do it on here, but he totally deserved it. He and I spent so many hours in practice tools, practicing matchups and tough conversations and figuring things out. And I just can't wait to see where he goes on next. So shout out to the
Yeah,
whole team though. Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, shout out to the whole team though. I mean, I think tomorrow our mid laner doesn't always get enough credit as he kind of like is the honorary team captain and a huge shout out to his shot calling and his calls as he kind of leads the team through those games. And then of course just everybody's come such a long way and Troops got robbed of MVP, but that's okay because I think he proved everything he needed to prove in this series. So
yeah, absolutely. Who cares about MVP when you win the split? And this was a really decisive series too, right? I mean, I know there were E-subs on the side of Jolly Rogers, and that makes things feel a little worse from their perspective, but like you guys played so clean, really moving around the map so well. You stick to your style, you know what it is. You can play through a carry top or a tank top, but you're sticking with hyper carries in the bot lane. Is that sort of the way that you guys feel like you play?
absolutely. I think ultimately it comes down to like trying to find things that are easy to execute and realizing that League in its current state, games are long for the most part. Like you're always going to have these mid and late game team fights. So making sure that you always draft in a way that allows you to perform in those, I think is going to be critical.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hey, I think that's it for us. Thank you so much for hopping in, Leslie. As the most biased caster in history, I'm so happy that you won. I'm so happy for you, buddy. Congratulations. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are here, thank you for sticking around. Malevolent Esports are your Gladiator League champions, and they could not be happier about it. I'm Mojo Powell. That's Tate. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Bye.